I think we are live. Just going to take a moment to check our systems and get things started. Alright. We'll check out audio levels. I suspect our music may need some adjusting just here. Testing 1, 2. Hello everyone, I'm Jerrel from Sungrand. I develop the Silver Falls games, and today we'll be working on some character models. If you'll give me just a moment to prepare some final things here, let me see if I can get this started here. Okay. Alright. Okay, how's everyone doing today? Gino's Adrian Pillar, good to see you. Your voice is sounding a little rough there. Well, see, I haven't had my coffee yet. So, here we go. Okay. That seems fine. This probably needs to not be bumping around here. Okay, everyone. Where have I had... Oh no. Okay. Here we are. Everything's sorted. Looks like I have all the equipment I need here. So let me go ahead and I'm going to get this started. Okay. How's everyone doing? Good to see you. Now, we're using a very old program here to assemble our characters. It has been part of our workspace for a while now, and unfortunately it's stuck as part of my workflow because newer character modeling programs that I've used, that I've purchased and tried, are too heavy. They produce assets that are significantly more complicated to handle from a developer standpoint, and for the Nintendo Switch hardware it's very heavy. So I'm still using Fuse, as unfortunately this sort of character format that I created for Silver Falls, that where I can create Silver Falls in my Universal program and then bring them into basically any Silver Falls game. They kind of rely on this very old, discontinued character modeling program. So unfortunately, that's how it's going to be for a while. Okay, let's see. So the first character that we'll be looking at today will be someone that maybe people might be familiar with, and that character is Iron Austin. So I suppose there will be some minor spoilers here. Iron Austin will be playable in the Guardians and Metal Exterminators remaster coming to Nintendo Switch here. So let me go ahead. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open his base project file for 3 Down Stars, and then I'm going to create a younger version of Iron Austin, one set in the 80s. So I'm opening 3 Down Stars here, opening my project folder here, Iron Austin. Okay. Let's see, I have a version with overalls, a version with a shirt. Let's go ahead and open the version with a shirt. Alright, Iron Austin also features quite prominently in Heavy Shadow, the novel, which I'm working on, and I expect to have Heavy Shadow. I'm expecting to have that finished by the end of this month, and I'm just going to give it a couple editing passes. So today's live stream has been brought to you by Urban Eats, Peking Duck Duck Noodle Bowl. Just kidding. I don't do sponsorships because I'm not a YouTuber. So this was my breakfast. I haven't even started yet. I was trying to get some last minute things set up because I was concerned that I was going to get through the character portion of this stream too quickly, so I grabbed some extra hardware out of the office. I dragged it over to the studio where I am now, and just took a little bit of extra time bringing some things over. I'm just going to try these noodles and see what they're like here. I'm going to give this a rating. So this came with 2 sachets. You can call them packets. I like to call them sachets because that sounds French, which is very fancy. You know, if you pronounce things the French way, it means you're quite cultured. So I'm just going to go ahead. When you mix the sachets in with the noodles, it makes you feel like you are a chef because you're combining things together. It basically means you can cook, you know. So there's a minimal amount. There's only 400 milliliters of water in this particular build. And for this particular build, it may seem like that's a low amount of water, but you really just need to have faith, trust the instructions, and here we go here. Wow, that doesn't even have, okay. So, oh, I see, I split the model up. Yeah, okay. So I'm just trying to open the right version of the model here. Let's go ahead and let's open that one. Yeah. So first I'm going to judge this on the flavor, the texture, the mouthfeel. Okay, so I've mixed the noodles up. You want to make sure the noodles have come into contact with the broth, as it were. Let's go ahead and give this a quick try now. Okay. Alright. Now I see there's a fair amount of drag. On our last stream, the yakisoba from Urban Eats didn't have sufficient drag, so I was feeling a bit let down. You know, that's part of the experience. I've got a light bit of drag there. You have some noodles there. Here we go. Okay, so the flavor is much more subtle than I was expecting. There's a bit of sweetness. It's a little, very savory. I'd say on savory, 2 out of 5. Sweetness, 2 out of 5. Umami, 3 out of 5. I'd have to have another bite to see how that works. So I'm going to bring over our character here, and let's get started on our work. Dream Pillow, what time is it over there? It's 4 p.m. here in Mexico. Hey, cool. It is 9:26 a.m. here in New South Wales, Australia. How many time zones? I don't know. I've never really thought about it. How many time zones does Mexico cross? Is it 2? 3? 2? Just 2? Okay. Oh, I'm pressing the wrong keyboard here, aren't I? Alright, so what I will do is I'll just use this keyboard here. So I'm having a bit of a green screen lighting issue here. I might need to straighten out my green screen just a bit here. So this is Iron Austin. This is a version that we haven't seen in the games yet. This is actually what he's wearing in Golden Ridge Ranch, which we had sort of discussed before, and I'll actually bring that logo up now. So I haven't done any official reveals or trailers for Golden Ridge Ranch, but Iron Austin will feature prominently in the upcoming game Silver Falls Golden Ridge Ranch. Golden Ridge Ranch will be a ranch and farm simulator, and it will offer an experience similar to classic Harvest Moon, where you get to manage and run your own ranch, you get to raise animals, grow crops, and you're trying to take a ranch that was previously in disuse and try to turn it into a success. But the twist is that Golden Ridge Ranch has a reputation for significant unusual activity, doesn't it? So let me go ahead and bring that logo up onto the screen here. So this is not an official announcement. I'm just sharing this with you, a bit of behind the scenes, a sneak peek at the future. And this is how Iron Austin will appear in Silver Falls Golden Ridge Ranch. So I hope you guys are looking forward to that. Iron first, then we finally make Quadbo playable in game. Well, I'm actually going to host a public poll, and people can vote which face taker they would like to be playable in Guardians and Metal Exterminators. I only have 1 slot for face takers, unless there's a riot, unless people start storming, their local government buildings, demanding that we have multiple face takers playable in Guardians and Metal Exterminators. Otherwise, we'll have only one Face Taker, because the other slots are taken by other cryptids from other Silver Falls games. The evil farming game, but real. Yeah, and so in Guardians in Golden Ridge Ranch, which again is upcoming, Iron Austin will sort of help you. He'll be your sort of your guide. So you play as a character who has just moved onto the ranch. You're from out of town. It's a bit of a custom character creation. You create your rancher, and Iron Austin will sort of guide you through the process. So I'm just going to fix my green screen here. Please, just hold a moment. Okay, so this is a slightly different look. In 3 Down Stars, Iron Austin wears overalls, and in Golden Ridge Ranch you'll have this sort of a weathered, very busy. He's sort of doing ranch hand work, and he's helping you run the ranch. And there we go. So actually, what I'm going to do now, I'm going to use this as a starting point, and I'm going to create his 80s look. So I will type in Iron Austin. The screen is very small. I would like the screen to be bigger for me, but I wonder if I can do that. Can I? Dear OBS, how do I make this? How do I make that screen bigger? What if I go like this with OBS? I wonder if I can sort of disconnect that. Well, OBS, let me do that. I'm not sure if it will. It's almost doing what I want it to do. Okay, that's a bit better actually. Okay. Yeah. So you can see here this program isn't perfect. It's also quite old, but it does precisely what I need it to, and more importantly, it is performant. So it runs well. So there are just minor things like trimming polygons that appear in places that they shouldn't, whatnot. So the first thing I'm going to do is take his clothes off. Alright, let's go ahead and remove those. I don't think I'll want that hat. I'm going for an 80s vibe, and because we're going back to the 80s, we're going back to the 80s. Alright, I might, I think I'm going to give him. See, here's sort of my approach when it comes to creating different versions of characters in different points of their lives. I kind of consider where their headspace would be and what types of clothes they would be wearing, what styles they would use to sort of express themselves. And I kind of try to maintain some degree of consistency, and I try to use it as an opportunity to express character growth. How does this character change? What about them has stayed the same over the years? And I kind of think maybe he would still be wearing sort of the leather boot look, Fuse, again, is a very outdated program. It's very old. I generally like to create, I like to sculpt my own clothes or create my own clothes in Marvelous Designer. Then I bring those clothes, I import them into Fuse. And I have quite a few that are already formatted in here that I've used as templates for other characters. I'll use a lot of base stuff, and then you sculpt them as you need, and you redo the texture. So I'll show you that process now. You think I won't take the governor hostage to get Quadbo in if my grassroots Quadbo campaign fails? Zay, I trust that you'll get people fired up. You'll rally people, and you'll get them to vote for who deserves most, which face taker deserves most to lead us in our time of need. I think the green screen here still is Here's the thing, I'm waiting for some lighting to be delivered. I have some lighting equipment I'm waiting for. Let me see if I can fix this here. Okay. I'm not sure if that's any better now. So, it's a bit better, isn't it? All right. You've kidnapped more valuable government officials for less. Hey, if that's what it takes, you know. So I'm considering the 80s look for Iron here. But first what we're going to do, we're probably going to give him a bit of a shave, won't we? Okay. And really, I should have connected my my mini macro keyboard, which I prefer to use. So this quite glorious beard, unfortunately, that's going to have to go. Sorry, man. You know, we all know him for his glorious beard. We're going to have to trim that. Hate to see this go. Maybe I might leave that and then resculpt it, and we'll see where we go from there. So I think we're going to have to. His hair's going to have to go. That's going to have to be a different style, and it may be a short look. We'll see, because Bull Brandish sort of he's letting his hair grow a bit more wild in the 80s, but Iron Austin isn't the same in terms of attitude. I think Iron Austin at this point in his life would probably be a bit more clean cut, more so than Bull, because Iron has never had an experience like Undertakers, where sort of messed him up pretty bad, didn't it? So what I do when I need a character to look significantly younger, particularly we're going between his he'd be in his late, I think he'd be in his mid-60s, early to mid-60s, I think, actually, in the modern day. So generally what you want to do, so you see how we have this gaunt look here, his cheekbones are out a bit, and those cheekbones are out, his cheeks are a bit recessed. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to bring some volume back to his cheeks, and his cheekbones I'm actually going to soften those a bit. So cheekbone down instead of wide, we'll narrow them. There we go. Let's go ahead and have a look at his eyes, and what we will do is open them and brighten them a bit. Generally people tend to get a bit more I need to make eye contact with you guys while I'm doing this. I'll put my 80s look back on when I'm doing the clothes for him. So here we go. You see his eyes are closed a bit. Generally you do look a bit more tired when you're older, so I'm gonna open those up just a bit. Let's see here, and angle out. I'm actually going to angle those in a bit. Let's see here. Okay. And we will look for the nose. Now the nose is also a strong indicator of age, the progression of time. What I'm actually going to do is generally I make the noses smaller now, as I need characters to look younger. So on the nostril where we have wide, we're going to go ahead and reduce that a bit. On nostrils down, up, I think I'll bring them up just a little bit. Or nostrils small, big now. I'll shrink those a bit, and we have the nose tip, we have big. Let's go ahead and go nose tip small. I had done some sculpting here, and this is a significant issue with Fuse, and why I don't really like using it that much, is if you do any sculpting on your human, Fuse won't really remember it correctly from each instance that you open the program, and it'll mess it up. So I'm going to have to do some manual sculpting to fix that. So a nose tip pointed or long, we'll just bring that in, and then nose tip forward backward. I'm going to bring that back a fair bit now. And I'm going to try this here, because Fuse is a very problematic program. What happened is a very dedicated team of developers was creating Fuse. Adobe purchased Fuse and then did absolutely nothing with it. They actually destroyed it. So there we go. Let me see here. I'm going to have to manually sculpt that. And that's what Adobe does. That's their modus operandi, is they purchase passionate projects and they destroy them. They stop them. They stop the original developers from progressing and growing that product, and they gut it and destroy it. And that is how Adobe operates. So I do not believe in that method of running any kind of industry or business. Okay, so I think I fixed that a bit. His nose bridge, I'm actually going to bring that in a fair bit as well. So let's go ahead and finish up. We've sort of repaired the sculpt on that. But again, the next time I open that, Fuse will probably have ruined it. So let's see if we can fix the nose ridge. Here we go. So we have forward. We're going to bring that back a fair bit. There we go. And his nose ridge is quite wide. I'm just going to bring that in and soften it a bit. And you can see he's starting to look like a younger man now, isn't he? What I am going to do now is I'm just going to widen his jaw a little bit. At this point in his life, he would have a healthier diet. He's happier. So he's eating more. He's doing more work. He'd be more muscular. So I'm going to see if we can slap some more muscles on this bad boy here. Let's go ahead and jaw narrow. Let's go ahead and widen his jaw just a fair bit. And we'll bring the jaw up, actually. Alright, and generally your face can elongate over time as well, so what I'm going to do is the bottom of his head overall, I'm just going to bring that up. So, let's see. We have lower face down and up. I'm just going to bring that up a bit. There we go. That may be too much. That's a bit of an overcorrection, so let's go ahead and bring that back. And the nose, I'm just going to bring that up just a little bit now. So we have nose down, nose up. I'm going to bring that up just a little. Okay, and now we have a significantly younger looking Iron here. We're going to click on skin. His age was dialed way up. Let's go ahead. He's in the 80s. He's kind of in his prime now, you know. He'd just be a bit older than Bull, wouldn't he? So let's go ahead and leave it there. Okay, and just very quickly for the hair here, let's go ahead and just, we generally want some hair underneath, and then I add the model on top of that as well. So just very quickly, let's go ahead and just slap something on there. So I have a database here. Some of these, most of them are going to be the default stuff that come with Fuse, but I like to create my own hair generally. But let's see, let's just put something on him so he doesn't really, he's not bald. Hey, that's looking, okay, you know what, I think I'm going to stick with that one. I'm kind of liking that look here. So here's my approach to hair as well. So this is his hair as he's an older fella. Let's see here. We have the streaks, detail. I'm going to ramp that up here on the detail, visibility, lightness. I'm going to bring that lightness right on down. Extras. Bring that down. Let's see, streaks, visibility. Okay. And I'm kind of thinking, let's see here, I'm trying to pick the right color for this guy here. I'm kind of thinking it should be something like that. Here we go. So I'm going to go ahead and copy that. And we'll just slap that up top here. Slop it on the mop, as they say. And there we go. Oh, shoot. He really looks like something else, doesn't he? Alright, that's the young Iron that we've got started. Okay. Let's see. Iron in a Devo hat. That's what I'm hearing. When a problem comes along, you must zap whip +6 it. What's zap whip? Is that a reference to something? Is that a meme? Oh, here, we ought to do this as well. We got to get his eyebrows in order here. We're gonna tame them brows, as they say in the fashion industry. So we'll go to eyebrows. Those are a little bit wild. These are all sort of built in, but I like to sculpt them as well. After I output the model, I generally will do some work on these. Okay, let's go ahead and darken these. There we go. All right, now we have to maintain some degree of majestic mustache here because this is our Iron Austin. Okay, so. See, for example, let me go ahead and save here. I can give him Bull's. That's a portion of Bull's mustache, which is pretty rad looking, honestly. Honestly, I might stick with that. Who do we got? See, but he kind of likes the handlebar thing, doesn't he? We have Karn's mustache here. Let's see, Million's got okay, he's got a bit of a. Okay, that one's a. Sam's here, and generally I'll start with one and then sculpt it a bit. Okay, you know what? We'll start with Rauno's, And then we'll just work on the sculpt a little. Here we go. And again, luckily we copied the... I think we can just go ahead and click on the texture. And we'll click on that. And we'll go ahead and paste that, so it should have the data from earlier. So I'll go ahead and start sculpting this just a bit. You know, I don't want to do too much work, but I'd like to maintain his look. He's got a strong handlebar thing. That's sort of his deal. So I want to maintain that throughout all of his appearances, unless he appears in a game as a kid, which he likely would not be playable. Well, he certainly wouldn't be playable. There we go. But he's playable in Guardians and Metal Exterminators. But it's a sort of it's a galaxy-bound curse situation where he's been drinking, so he doesn't exactly know what he's doing, and he doesn't actually remember the events of what happens during Guardians and Metal Exterminators. So this actually, I don't know if you've read Heavy Shadow, so I don't want to ruin too much. So I won't say too much. So yeah, if you read Heavy Shadow and the upcoming games, if you sort of experience the upcoming games as well, it'll explain why his story is what it is in Guardians and Metal Exterminators. So we're going to sculpt this handsome, gorgeous mop here, his stash. Okay, I'm going to bring that down a bit here. Bring that in here. And we need to cover that lower lip. We don't want people to see his beautiful young man lips. So we're going to cover that a bit. And I'm kind of thinking that's good enough. I'm kind of thinking this is right. I'm feeling good about this. Okay, so we sort of zoom out. Yeah, that looks like a young iron, doesn't it? That's pretty strong, majestic stash, isn't it? Let's go ahead and save that. Alright, Ellen on the Ridge, how's it going? Good to see you. So yeah, we have taken the original Iron Austin character and we're making a younger version of him. So we've added a bit more volume to his face. We've reduced the harshness and the angularity of his face as we brightened up his eyes a bit. Actually, his brows, I'm just going to make them a bit younger looking as well. So his brows down and up flat, I'm going to make them a bit rounder. Brows down up, I'm going to go up just a bit. And can I adjust the angle, the outer? Let's see. Inner, in, now up, down. I want the inner, down, up, down, up, down, up. There we go. Okay, now he's looking like a young man who hasn't been jaded by the world. We'll sculpt the hair a bit. Alright, so, go ahead and save our progress here. Let's slap some clothes on this guy. I'm kind of thinking like, let's see, let me think of his marriage. Hold on, I gotta think of my character details here. So at the point in 3 Down Stars, he was married for 35 years, right? So these are details that you can't afford to let slip. So let me think here. He was married for 35 years. So let me do a bit of math. That's okay. Yeah, he should be married at this point. Let me just double check. I'm going to grab a calculator here. Okay, so he's been married for 35 years. Let me get my calculator. These are the kind of things that I pay extremely close attention to because they determine a whole lot about your character when it comes to writing. Oh yeah, he's been married. He's been properly married for like, let's see, married by about like 8 years now, I think. Okay, so things are probably still fine. Things are good. All right, let's get some clothes on this guy here. So I'm going to enjoy a bit of my coffee. If you want to get yourself a Maverick D Moose club, you can go ahead and grab that from the Silver Falls shop as well. These things are only like 12 USD, something like that. Anyway. Alright, so let's look at our catalog here. Again, a lot of these are built in. Usually if I had more time, I would just create new clothes in Marvelous Designer. Let's see here. So he's his modern look. He had the overalls. He really likes these plaid shirts. I'm not sure if we'll keep him in plaid or we'll get an 80s look. But I'm kind of thinking. Let's see. I'd like him to be more relaxed in this look, right? So I'm actually wondering here. Hold on. This is something I've set up before. Let's see. See, Wood has this 80s open shirt look. And there's a jeans vest. I'm kind of in the way here. I'm getting in the way of my own options. I mean, that's metaphorical, isn't it? Let's see. I'm kind of thinking if I want. No. You'd think, oh, it'd be cool to put him in a biker vest, but part of his story, his wife wouldn't ever let him have anything like that. So, Iron's never been able to have motorcycles, guns, anything that he's wanted. His wife wouldn't let him have. So it's going to be no to the biker vest. There's the denim vest, but Bull already has a denim vest, and you need to be very careful when you need to look at your ensemble. When you know that characters are appearing alongside each other, you have to understand the look of your ensemble, and you need to be able to get those characters to be unique in their own way. And I know that Iron already kind of has a similar look to Bull because they have a similar build. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to put him in this open shirt, which he kind of wore in his Golden Ridge Ranch look. We're going to put an undershirt under there as well. So what have we got? And I don't want it similar to Bull's undershirt. Let's see here. Let's get something. I was kind of thinking something like that, right? But he seems like the kind of guy that would tuck his shirt in. I want something that I can tuck in and it would look reasonably good. I'm not feeling this look. I'm looking at it. I'm really not feeling it here. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go for a loose fitting. Oh, you also have to consider what's going on at the time, and at this point in the story, he's a bit of a mess. I can't explain it without spoiling things. So I suppose I'll put him. What kind of a sloppy shirt? Let's give him a sloppy shirt here. I could do like a partial tuck in, but I think I'll have him in something like this. But I'd like I want a lower cut on that as well, so we can see more of his rippling muscles. Why don't we? Here we go. Let's see. This one tucks in. That one's already. I've set that one up to tuck in. I think I'm gonna roll with that one. Let's see. He generally wears a cowboy hat. I think maybe I would like to maintain that. But I've got hats. These are the built-in default ones. I'm going to stick this one on for now. But I'll be using ones that I have in my external asset database, not these default ones. I don't like these. These are pretty basic. But the reason why you put these on is so the program can sculpt his hair. So now the hair fits under the hat correctly. We'll go ahead and do that, and I will give him some shoes. There's some pants. Actually, before we put his pants on, oops, I was supposed to go back. We're going back to the 80s, aren't we? Okay. So go ahead and put those on. I might get some loud colors. I think I'll do an 80s pattern for that shirt, which is something I do externally out of the program. I do all the texturing generally. Well, a portion of it in Fuse, and then there are certain characters, depending on what they're wearing, a significant portion I will do the texturing outside Fuse here. We said that we were going to make him stronger here. Those were already maxed out, aren't they? Okay. Let's see, Travis. He's already a big man. Where's his neck? He's a big, strong man. Okay. Let me go ahead and massage his neck here a little bit. What have we got? Head. We're gonna go for muscular. Go thick. Real thick. thick enough. I try to be real careful with fuse because it's also very unstable, so it crashes a fair amount. And in general, if the program will not give me enough, I'll do a manual sculpt as well. For Bull, because Bull is so muscular, I had to do a fair amount of manual sculpting. Shoulder blades. No, I want those down. That's right. There we go. And his chest, yeah, we want a big, strong man, don't we? Where's his chest here? We're going out a fair bit. There we go. On his stomach now, we want to get rid of all that stomach flab. He's just he'd be in his mid to late 20s. No, late 20s, early 30s at this point, I think. No, maybe in his mid to late 20s. Yeah, love handles in. Let's see, midsection down, midsection down, wide. We want the stomach though, torso. Stomach. We'll bring that in. Okay. There we go. So again, it looks like fuse is not updating because it's quite unstable. So we'll just keep making some minor adjustments, and then eventually fuse will catch up here. I don't know why his legs are so thin. What's up with that? That's kind of bothering me. We better, we gotta get this guy looking a bit chunkier, huh? That's weird. Whoa, he doesn't have glutes. What is this? Is this his Smash Ultimate appearance? Am I right? Alright, we better give him some mass back there. He's starting to look like he's in Smash Ultimate DLC. Okay. Yeah. There we go. That's looking a bit better, isn't it? Okay. We gotta get some pants on this guy now. That's looking good. That's looking good. He's starting to look like... I need to adjust that shirt because it's starting to look like boobs. So I think I'll just bring the chest in a little bit. Maybe that's a bit better. I want to look like boobs. Alright, let me see what the chat's doing. Hey, Chris B. I want to see you. Hey, Vivian. How's it going? The beta of an Adobe product. That sounds very stable. Well, see, here's the thing. It's not an Adobe product. It was created by Mixamo, who are an awesome team creating this product. Adobe purchased Fuse from Mixamo and then did not make any improvements, additions, or enhancements. They ruined it. They gutted the service. They prevented anyone from making any progress on it. They destroyed it. It wouldn't even open. The program wouldn't even open on the vast majority of users' computers. And then Adobe just left it and destroyed it. And then they discontinued it, so you can't even obtain it anymore. So there you go. And that's, Gino's, that's really one of the saddest things about the series to me. In Deathly Delusion Destroyers and Episode Prelude, we really get a sense for how densely connected and caring the community in Silver Falls is. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoy that and appreciate that, because I want these characters to feel like real people, and they're not just in the story to fill a role, you know, with the whole generic, oh, it's the hero's journey, and they have to go on this little arc, and then that's the start and the middle and the end of the game. I don't want any Silver Falls story to be like that, because I think it's generic and boring, and I'm sick of YouTubers that make 2-hour-long videos talking about the hero's journey and applying it to every single movie and every single story, every single video game and whatnot, and then they act like they're some kind of writing scholar, or some sort of literary genius, because they've applied a very rough outline to the structure of a plot to basically every single plot, and they're acting like they're geniuses. It's pretty irritating. I'm getting really irritated by every single, not just reviewer, but now writers are starting to think, YouTube reviewers are talking about the hero's journey, I better do the hero's journey. It's so dull and boring. And all of these characters, now writers are writing these characters to exist in this space just to serve the purpose of the hero's journey or whatever. And you're probably never going to see a Silver Falls story that just follows that generic outline. These stories take place over decades, and these characters exist because they exist. They live in this world, and they spend time with each other, and you get to see the effect that someone's life has on other people. And that's really what I want to express with these characters is, you know, their lives mean something to them, you know, and it means something to the people around them. And so when you, I don't want to spoil anything really, because there may be people out there who haven't played Gaiden Deathly Delusion Destroyers and Episode Prelude and whatnot, and haven't read Heavy Shadow yet, so yeah, I'll leave it there. Anyway, I just want some real tight jeans on this guy. I just want to make him, I need some real hip huggers. This is the 80s, right? I'm kind of looking at those. Those were real hip huggers. Yeah, I might go with those. Those are real tight. God. You couldn't give them capris. Those are... That's not quite right, is it? All right. No, that's not the 80s for me. You got your dress pants, which are quite loose fitting. You got your Forest Rangers pants. Let's see here. You got your khakis here, but that's not... I just want some real tight. I want to hug them hips. Okay. Elenon, you're playing some Zelda, some games you picked up on sale for Switch. And despite, Gino's saying, despite the horrors they encounter building them as a stronger community, we still see the ravages of the trauma is born in every part of their lives over the years. Yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying that aspect. Because something that really gets me in any kind of game or movie or story is these characters go through these horribly traumatic things, and then we never see the effect of that. We never see, like, it's horrifying what each of these characters has to deal with, especially with, I can bring up Undertakers and Bull, because we've seen a fair bit of Undertakers and Bull now. This is too tight. These hips are being hugged too tight. Or are they? No, they're too tight. Yeah, these people are messed up, man, because some crazy stuff happened to them. They're really messed up. I think I'm going to go with these. There's no belt. Let's see. That's fine. Yeah, I'm going to go with that. I'm going with that. Particularly with the character of Bull, if you see him interact with other characters, and if you do code linker and he interacts, you know, a little bit, you don't see much story through there, but you get to see some of his dialogue, especially in Heavy Shadow. You get to see what characters think of Bull. He's become a hermit, you know, and he spent his whole life messed up. If you read Heavy Shadow, you hear about Iron's uncle, Dan, who killed himself because it's implied Dan has been looking, or has been dealing with the same kind of cryptids, you know. Throughout the games, you're dealing with these weird creatures and cryptids, but something that's a constant is that generally characters are not alone. You know, even Bull in Undertakers, this is why I have modes like Game B or the Frontier Hunters modes as well, as that's part of the storytelling. That's not just there to say, oh, haha, fun. You get to kill more monsters. It's part of the organic storytelling, and it's to show that these characters have done a lot. They've had to fight a whole lot. And it was important in Undertakers to have Game B, because it was my way to show that Bull was not alone in dealing with these creatures, because you play as Willy, you play as Fred, there's a couple of other characters as well, and Oxa as well. And particularly with Guardians and Metal Exterminators, at the forefront of my mind when writing Oxa's story for Guardians and Metal Exterminators, the most important thing that I had to keep in mind was this is not Oxa's first rodeo. Oxa has already dealt with this stuff in Undertakers, so how is that going to influence her attitude and her actions? And it's implied, and there's already I don't know if I may have already mentioned this to some other people, but I have Undertakers 78 in planning. I'm not actively developing it, but I have the conceptual documents, I have the story, I have the gameplay. I've started the framework on it a bit. So Undertakers 78 will be a direct sequel to Undertakers. It'll take place in 1978, so it's, you know, a couple years after the original Undertakers. And I'm looking to see if I can actually develop it for the actual 7800. So that would be great to make an actual Atari 7800 game. And if not, then I'll just style match again and I'll have it be a Switch game. But my intention is to make an Atari 2600 game with Undertakers 78. And that also features Bull and Oxa. And they're a little bit older now. And it's implied there was a kind of relationship there. So the reason you get to see why Oxa is so icy towards Gold is Oxa doesn't really want to be with anyone else. She's thinking of Bull, but for whatever reasons, whatever happens, she and Bull are not together. And Undertaker 78 will shed, you know, some light on that and offer more story and character in that direction. But that's the sort of you guys get it. The style of storytelling they want to go for is when a new game comes out, it's not just about the gameplay. It's learning more about these characters, and then you think, oh, that puts things into context a bit more. I kind of understand why she's kind of mean to Gold in Guardians and Metal Exterminators, is she doesn't want another boyfriend, because and Gold has actually commented on it in Guardians and Metal Exterminators, because Gold's not an idiot, you know. But, you know, and some of the other characters comment on it, as well as Oxa's. She wishes she could be with Bull, but she can't because Bull's messed up. He's all over the place. So what I'm gonna do here, right? I just need to neutralize these colors a bit, but I want to maintain that pink. So Iron, his sort of signature color is that sort of pink thing. I'm just gonna go ahead and plop that in there right now, and I need to remove these things for a second so I can actually see the colors that are going on, and then we'll catch up with the chat. But let me get some pink on up in there. I'm gonna make an 80s pattern for this shirt. Yeah, I'll get that, and then I'm gonna go for a light blue. Dark blues were not prevalent. Whatever dyes we were using, the way that we washed clothes, the way that we maintained our clothes, dark blue dyes are not really prominent, and they don't visually express the 80s. In the 80s, generally, we see a very light-colored denim. So I'm going to brighten these boys right up. I'm going to go ahead and fix the color on these, and then I'll catch up to the chat. Okay, so I'm going to go to fabric. What sort of denims do we have here? We have the classic denim here. I think I'll go with that. Here we go. Get some detail in there. We'll do the main fabric first, and then we'll copy it across to the other portions as well. So I'm looking at that, and I'm going to get the color that I want right here. Brighten that up. I'm going to go for an 80s blue. How about that? Alright. Yeah, that's kind of looking more 80s to me. There we go. That's it. And as long as we maintain that sort of pink, that's looking purple, so I'm going to have to address that shirt. And in general, with the pattern scaling, I make the pattern scaling a bit bigger because, again, in games we have limited resolution, whereas in real life we have unlimited resolution. But if you have a bigger pattern in-game, you can see it better, it'll catch the light better. I'm going to make these fairly worn, right? Let's go ahead and increase the intensity on those creases here. Go ahead and save. General parameters, here we go. We're going to increase our cloth wear. Increase the lightness on that. Let's get some... Okay, that's too much. Too much edge wear, isn't it? Actually, no, it may just be the right amount. Well, see, when I increase the resolution, it actually ramps up all of these sliders for some unpredictable, strange reason. So I need to put not too much here. So let's go ahead and get some dirt on his jeans as well. He's probably doing work as a ranch hand, of course, you know. At this point, I think he would have probably been working with his uncle quite a fair bit. helping run Golden Ridge Ranch, you know. So I think that's where he was at this point in his life. So his clothes would probably be pretty dirty. So let's go ahead and get that. Let's get some contrast in there. We're going to reduce the roughness actually, so that it's actually be kind of shiny looking, so the dirt will actually catch the light a fair bit, and I think that'll be visually interesting. So let's go ahead and get some more dirt. This is something that Fuse does that I don't really like. It sort of puts the dirt down in there as if they've soiled themselves, which I'm not a big proponent of in terms of character design. So I'm going to the cloth where I'll just leave that there. That's probably fine. And then I'll manually just add some dirt as well. I'll just paint some dirt on there. That's looking fine. Maybe just a little more, huh? Okay, now let's get some boots on this cowboy. I might go with cowboy boots, actually. Ones that you can wear on the outside. That'll give him a nice, interesting look. And then I'm going to catch up with the Chad here. Okay, let's go ahead to shoes. If you guys are enjoying the story of Silver Falls, like I'm really excited to bring you what's coming up next, because I've been writing so much. Just the other day I was out, and I'd thought of some very interesting story beats for certain characters that we haven't met yet, and I thought, shoot, I'm glad I thought that up, because that's quite fun, you know. Fun in the sense that, wow, this is very sad. In a way that the audience of Silver Falls, you know, the player, would have so much more information than the characters in the story, which it lends a sense of guilt when you know something that a character does not, and if the character just knew this particular thing, maybe their lives would be a little bit better. And that's a kind of engagement that I try to keep track of, because you do, as the player of Silver Falls, and you're experiencing the world from a bigger perspective than the characters, you know significantly more than the characters, and that's an interesting storytelling device, and it can make the user, or not the user, you know, the viewer feel quite guilty about what they know and that the characters don't know it. So yeah, let's go ahead and bunch these pants up. All right, get those. This slider is very sensitive and finicky, but we got to bunch these pants up, don't we? So I want it to look like, of course, you know, we're sort of, because you want it to look like they're not just cut off and then the pants are disappearing, you know, in terms of being a 3D model. I don't want it to seem like they're just disappearing into the pants. I want it to look like they're bunched up. Okay, so now I'm going to disable symmetry, and I can work on each one individually, and then I fully expect Fuse to crash at any point now. That's on brand for Fuse. Is usually when I'm doing a sculpt, it will crash fairly often, and you just live with it, you know. Some of these sculpting, the sculpting tool is not that great, so a lot of work I will do after I export the character model. I'll do a significant amount of work in a 3D modeling program where I have significantly more control, and it won't just crash on me all the time. Okay. And I'll get caught up to the chat now. And in general, I like to leave the character's polygons there until I need to optimize, and then I can manually remove the polygons, because you don't know if you want to make a version of this character that is wearing like a midriff, you know. So I'll leave his torso polygons there. Or what if I want to have a swimming scene where he takes his shirt off and jumps into a lake and goes swimming? You know, you don't know if you'll want that or not. So I generally will leave the polygons there, even though they're supposed to be occluded. I'll leave the polygons there until I know for a fact that I don't need him in a topless swimming scene. And then at that point I'll delete them manually. So there we go. It kind of looks like the legs have been tucked in a bit. Yeah, nice. Okay. And see, to me from a distance, that still looks like Iron Austin. If we go ahead and just lighten up this shirt a bit here, because it's the wrong color, and it's just kind of giving me the wrong idea here. It should be quite lighter. And I'm gonna, here's what I'll do. See, this is what I like to do. I like to research clothes and whatnot. I like to look at fashion magazines from particular decades. Not me personally. I'm not personally into fashion. I don't read fashion magazines. But when I'm creating character clothes, character designs for particular eras, and I'm style matching, I like looking at different magazines from the past and whatnot, and trying to style match that. So here we go. We have this is his shirt is using. It says it's regular denim here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get something that's a softer looking. I think I have this standard linen here, and here's what I like to do. See, I'll have that be a lighter color, and what I will do is actually make it a little shiny. So, you know, in terms of realism, like it's not, that's not realistic, having a certain part of the shirt, you know, like that sort of trim be shiny, but I know that it will catch the light in a certain way, so that this will catch the light, it'll be shiny and specular, and it'll be visually eye-catching. Otherwise, your character is going to look very dull. You need to understand that they'll be going through all sorts of different lighting situations, and at the end of the day, you're making a product that should be really cool to look at, right? Am I right? It should be really cool. Okay. This isn't pink enough. More pink, more. Okay, I'm gonna get caught up to the chat here. I'm falling behind. See, and this is the balancing act here. Either I stay focused on the work and then I get work done, or I can sort of hang out and chat, and it's tougher, obviously, to get work done when I'm chatting, so I try to balance it. Winslow, man, hey, how's it going? Sorry, I think I'm late a fair bit. Good to see you, Winslow, man, thanks. So excited for the Switch remakes. Unfortunately, never had the chance to get them on 3DS before it shut down, but I watched long playthroughs and I was in love. Hey, I'm grateful that you were that interested in looking at them, so thanks. I really appreciate that. And you know, like, honestly, I'm with you guys, I'm a gamer as well. If you want to go and, like, grab a ROM and put it on an emulator just to try it, I'm cool with that. You know, we're all gamers. You know, I'm not a big corporation. I'm not this big business. I don't, you know. So, can you make him vascular? You want him, like, veiny and stuff? Like, more lean? I suppose. I really need him to have this sort of big, hefty, muscular look, because he does work on a ranch as a ranch hand, yeah. Big vascular iron. That just doesn't sound right. It's modeling hour. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. I gotta catch up to the chat. It just jumped here. Quadbo would be ashamed of Iron's lack of squats. Yeah. I don't know why his legs were so thin. That was weird, right? Let's see. Joseph Campbell rubbing his temples raw in the grave. Yeah, everyone just talks about Joseph Campbell's thing, and how much cake can you give him? A lot. As much as I want, really. But you can do a manual sculpt. You can give him as much as you want. Evangelion 007, good to see you. Hey, are you excited for the upcoming Nintendo Direct? Which game are they going to show? The rumored F-Zero GX remaster, or the remaining remasters of Metroid Prime and the upcoming MP4? Ooh, I'd like to see the Metroid Prime stuff. I've got 5 Chuck E. Cheese tokens, and I'm going to bet that we'll see some Metroid Prime stuff. Oh, how about like a new IP? Do you think we're gonna get a new IP? I think it'd be fun to get a new IP. I suspect we're gonna get some, let's say, like Inklings DLC, some new content and some events. How about that? Gino's a Bull's disconnected responses to everyone, especially the people he knew in the 70s. That swollen kind of resentment still hanging on him. I'm glad he knows he still has friends deep down. Oh, yeah. And I think part of the appeal of these characters is that they're all really, like, sad and broken in some way. Because I think in real life people are like that, but we find a way to just keep going. And when I'm writing character interactions, it's important for me to keep track of, is this character meeting someone they've known for a long time, or are they meeting someone for the first time? Because we treat those things very differently. And in general, characters will generally be happier and more outgoing if they're meeting someone they don't know. But when you see characters' responses and they're talking and discussing with characters that they've never met before, they're generally, you know, lighter and nicer to people they're meeting for the first time. But people they've known for a long time, their true colors kind of show, and you see how sad these people really are, and how broken they are because of all the stuff that's happened to them over the years. And I think it's sad. And of course, with Undertaker 78, we're going to learn more about the relationship between Bull and Oxa, and that's probably going to be part of why Bull he's not really that happy in his life, you know? For me, it was very satisfying writing Bull's dialogue and his story for Guardians and Metal Exterminators, and I want to expand on those events. Certain characters only got a handful of events, but writing for Bull in Guardians and Metal Exterminators was interesting because we see him. He's not too old, you know, and jaded and cynical and tired, and he's only he's like 15 years something. It's around like 15 years after the original Undertakers, but you can see he's starting to become this really, you know, tired guy. But you get to see his relationships with Honor and whatnot, and he's very different. Bull is very different when he's interacting with Honor, because that's this neighbor that he looks up to and admires, you know. And the way that, for example, Bull talks to Honor is not the same way that he talks to, say, for example, if he were to talk to a younger character like Holt or Annalise. All right, so this is. Hold on, we gotta get some knee bulge in here. I'm still catching up with the chat. Don't worry, I'm catching up now. But this is okay. This is a very. You gotta be. So here's the thing, jeans do this, don't they? You sit down, the knees sort of bulge out a bit. It's not my favorite thing about denim, but I like to work on including little details like this. You know, it just makes it feel, makes the world feel a bit more believable and lived in. So there we go. This is such a small detail here. So okay, yeah. Okay, so nobody judge, right? But this isn't like a funny bit that I'm doing. I'm being realistic. Men have, you know, you should ask your parents about this. I'm the wrong person to be asking about this, but you have to model this. Otherwise, you're going to have Ken syndrome. And when you see a Ken doll, you know that there's something wrong, right? Something's not right. So this is not a funny bit that I'm doing. This is something that you do have to take into account as a 3D modeler if you want your character to feel like real people, to be believable. It's something you have to do. I'm not being childish. I'm not being funny. I'm being totally serious. As a 3D modeler, if you're working and sculpting people or modeling people, you're gonna have to sculpt some crotch eventually, and this is something that you can laugh about and giggle about, but it's just a part of modeling, so you do have to do it. You know, we've all been on the playground, we've had laughs and giggled, so it's important to do this as well as you don't overdo it, but you gotta view it from different angles. You gotta make sure everything looks correct as well. So here we go. You don't want to overdo it. You don't want to oversell it, but you also, again, you don't want your character to look like a Ken doll. So that might be overdoing it. See, now that I've zoomed out, that's too much. So let's go ahead and dial that back just a little bit. See, it's just a part of the workflow. You do have to be very careful with it. And it's kind of like, well, no, it's different from, the sort of the dead or alive kind of, oh, look at these, jiggle physics. Let's just make these things as big as possible, your bazooms, as it were. But I think objectifying characters from that standpoint is quite disrespectful. And I treat these characters as if they could be real people. So now I'm kind of thinking, I've dialed that back down a little too much. Let's go ahead. See, I didn't really want to have to spend this much time sculpting a crotch in public, because now I'm in the public space, and it makes it seem like I'm spending too much time on this, which is starting to feel a little uncomfortable. that everyone's watching me sculpt this man's crotch pixel by pixel. So I'm just gonna leave it there. I'm kind of thinking, all right, I'm kind of thinking that's good enough. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it there. That's no, that's not right now. I'm kind of thinking that, hold on, we need. I'm spending too much time on this in front of other people. This is starting to get embarrassing. I'm gonna leave it. Okay, that's good enough. I'm gonna get caught up with the chat here while I have my coffee. Okay. Rashad Z, is the sculpting feature part of Adobe Fuse? I don't have this feature in the Mixamo version. It should be. Yes, when you click on clothing, click on this tool here. This is modify geometry directly, but you have to be extremely careful because often when you click, you think you're going to click on the clothes, but it'll end up grabbing onto your character instead, and then you'll end up sculpting the character. You'll corrupt your character model if you sculpt the character too much. Only do it very lightly. And never use the undo button. Oh, right, hold on. It's starting to play. Hold on. I see something. Sorry about that. Some other video popped up. Okay. Never use the undo function when you're sculpting because that will corrupt your build as well. If I press Control Z at any point, that will destroy this whole sculpt and I won't be able to use it. So it's very broken. So you have to be very careful with the sculpt tool here. Otherwise, I would just use the sculpt tool in a real modeling program like Maya or Blender. Okay, I will catch up to Project Mumo. Hey, how's it going? Hey, any news on update for episode Prelude? I think you mentioned, I think some time ago you mentioned it. Yes, I am actively working on that. I'm ironing out the glitches, I'm fine-tuning the gameplay mechanics, and I want to make sure it feels very good to play. I'm trying to get rid of some weird glitches that are just part of Unity. I'm trying to work my way around them, find weird solutions, which is what I've been doing for the past few years, is just working with Unity's problems. And it's why it's so important that the update for episode Prelude needs to be very good, is I'm using that engine for Face Takers and Silver Falls HD remaster. And that, again, that's a total overhaul. So 3 Down Stars is coming to the Nintendo Switch, and it will use the framework that I've used for episode Prelude. And I'm also adding significantly new playable characters, so we'll be able to code link to more games with episode Prelude, and we'll be adding more content in terms of playable environments. At the moment, I'm not adding any new story content, but there will be significantly more in terms of playable characters and fixing issues and glitches, and the combat will be fine-tuned significantly as well. So thanks for waiting for that on episode Prelude. I do want to get that rolled out as soon as possible, and that will launch before I start full-time development on Face Takers, because again, Face Takers will be using the same abstraction engine or framework that episode Prelude runs on. So yeah, thanks for asking that. Gino say, I blame Willie for everyone's unhappiness. That's so sad to say that. If you read Heavy Shadow, you just see like what a happy soul Willie is. He's just this happy-go-lucky dude, where like kind of like the world's crumbling around him, and he's just sitting there happily drinking his coffee, and he's like, yeah, this is fine. Yeah. Oh, thanks. I'm gonna Control S that. Thanks, Dream Pilot. Alex, hey, Alex Menchivar. Thanks, good to see you. Have you heard of No Man's Sky? I have. That launched. People were not really happy with how that turned out. Like it was very exciting when it launched, and then it continued to develop. But the developers were not honest about the features. Is that it? Is that what happened? I think that's all I know about it. And people were quite unhappy. But I've heard now they're very happy with it. The game has been updated, and it's something that people really enjoy. Is that correct? Did I get that right? Kendro, as we call it in the business. Yeah, yeah. Crispy, gonna cut this. It will make a good YouTube short for the channel. Oops. I think it's crooked. That's too much. I thought you were just making vascular iron. Well, that is the vascular iron, isn't it? Okay. As we discussed, it's fine as part of the modeling process. I don't think I'd have thought to play with iron's bulge for this long, but here we are. Don't quote me on that. That's not something that I'd like to be quoted on. Willie knows what he did. I'd never been more okay with a child being blinded. That's messed up. Yeah, that's sad. That is sad. And especially if you play through Undertakers, there are guides if you need a hand. There's a map as well. But if you get through the end of Undertakers, you see directly what Willie does in response to the sort of trauma. Is he just acts like it didn't happen. He acts like nothing happened. And he knows that there were monsters because he was there fighting the monsters with Bull. And you even get a stronger sense of it if you play Undertakers on the Wii U, and you see it in that detailed 3D look, and you go, Willie spent a lot of time with Bull fighting these Undertakers. They survived it together, and then Willie has spent years telling people that it didn't happen, that it wasn't real, and I think that's partly why Bull is so messed up. Is his best friend, this is the dude that he trusted the most. They grew up together. Willie's now telling everyone that Bull is a liar, and I think that's part of why. Well, it's a large reason why Bull just doesn't talk to people anymore, is because of that. And it's really sad. And you see how Willie responds to that when you read Heavy Shadow, and he's quite a calm character, and he gets violent a bit when you bring up the topic of Bull. And it's sad, and it's the kind of story setup that I will get to work with in a more engaging way when it comes to Road Past Guilt, because in that format, players get to interact with the characters more directly in an interesting way, and you get to spend more time. So I'm really happy with the setup of Road Past Guilt, because it means that many of these stories now, I get to spend more time telling these stories, and we get to explore those character interactions. So I'm looking at, he should be a bit more muscular down here, so I'm just going to puff this shirt out a little bit. And I'm sort of thinking of the 80s look. These shirts were a bit puffy down here in the 80s, weren't they? So I'm going to loosen that a little bit. And I do, I can show you base. I should show you base. So currently on Patreon, I'm showing stuff early to the patrons. So on Patreon, you can get a look for this sort of stuff. So I need to drag that down a little bit as well to make sure that people understand it's kind of like a puffy shirt and he's not chunky. And this will take a little bit of finagling to get it to look just right. But I need to pull that shirt in towards the middle now. I just want to make it clear this is a puffy shirt at the bottom. It's loose fitting at the bottom here. And then I'll go in with Maya, and then I'll fit it into the jeans properly there. So I just need to make sure that we express the form of his big rippling back muscles properly. If we don't do that, it's going to look like he's quite weak. So let's go ahead and get some muscles on up in this bad boy here. Yeah, that's our dude. That's iron right there. Okay, let's get our back like that. See, you need to look at the line here, and this tight cut is visually communicating that there isn't much mass there, and we don't want that. We want to show that there's a fair bit of mass underneath his clothes. Okay. That's a little too puffy now at this point. I'm gonna dial that back just a little bit. Oops. Yeah, see, this is looking more 80s to me now because it is puffy down there, and I might just tighten it up towards the middle a little bit later on. But I'm gonna call it. That's looking like an 80s kind of deal to me now. It might be sticking out a little bit too much lower down, so I'm just going to towards the top raise it up just a bit like that. There we go. Nice desu. Okay, this shirt is still so dark. Why is it like that? Anyway, I'm gonna call it. We have to move on to our next character actually, so we're gonna go ahead and do that. We'll just export the model for now. Let's see, and I don't want to remove the occluded polygons. Let's move on to our next character. But what we will do is we'll chuck this guy into Mixamo, and then we'll see him moving around a bit, won't we? Let's see. Let me save this file here. Austin 80s. One of the most cathartic and satisfying parts of this process is getting the character rigged up and then bringing that character into the engine and seeing the character after I do significant work on the textures. I bring them into the engine. I do manual painting on the character's skin. Oh, no, I will show that to you now, so I'll open that up. But it's quite cathartic seeing that this character that I've conceptualized and thought up, now they exist in real space and they exist in a format where they can now be used to tell a story. For me, that's very satisfying. So I really enjoy this process of creating these characters. Let's go ahead and I'm just going to open Unity now. I'll open the project. And I do need to bring in, I finished the Metal Exterminator Hardcore, the new enemy that we were sculpting the other day. So what I will do is actually bring that into the engine and I will show you how that looks. And I've never seen this monster in engine. I thought it would be like a sort of a fun unboxing experience where for the first time that I get to see this character or this cryptid in engine, you guys get to see it for the first time in engine as well. I thought that would be very fun to experience together, so I'll do that. I'm kind of thinking my webcam is a little out of focus, so I'm just going to, I don't know if I should fiddle with that. I'm gonna adjust the focus here. Let's see, I'm a little out of focus. That seems a bit better, doesn't it? Is that better? Number one, number two. Number one, number two. Number one, number two. Number one. I'm kind of thinking that's good. What's better, number one or number two? Anyway, I'm in focus now. I think I've been out of focus for a while now, and that's deep and metaphorical, isn't it? Okay, I'm going to catch up with the chat now. I'm sure you'll reshape my whole impression on Willy with time, but I'm not going to read Heavy Shadow till it's done. Oh right, yeah, sure. I'm working on the final 2 chapters now, but it's very precarious because we've all seen how easy it is to drop the ball and end up with like a Marvel Netflix situation where everyone really loves like the first 7 episodes, and then the last episode is just, it's worse than the Holocaust, according to YouTube reviewers. And you think, how did the writers drop the ball that badly? When there's so many elements at play and you have so many threads that you need to tie together at the very end, it's very easy to ruin your story. So that's why I'm taking great care in making sure I address everything that needs to be addressed for the end of Heavy Shadow. I was just working on it last night. I'll be working on it a bit more later tonight as well. Until then, Willie got what he deserved. Oh, that's so mean. That's so mean. Friendship with Willie has ended. Isolation is my friend now. What's one gaming franchise that you wish you had come up with? Alex Menjivar. This is like, I don't know if I'm saying too much here. Skylanders. Only because I love the mechanical aspect of Skylanders. I love the mechanical execution. I admire absolutely everything about the series. Skylanders is a series that I have the absolute utmost respect for beyond any other game series. Hands down, Skylanders achieved something that should have been impossible, and I don't know how they did it. I honestly don't understand how, for about 6 years, it was basically the biggest, most coolest toy you could possibly get. It was a phenomenon. I think people take for granted and underestimate how powerful Skylanders actually was, because it brought Nintendo and Disney to their knees in terms of, you now have to follow us. You have to do what we're doing. And it was destroyed. It was ruined by Activision. So that's fine, because nothing beautiful can last forever, you know. So I'm going to show you something. Previously, the patrons were the only ones who were able to see this, and more. I'll be sharing more exclusive stuff on Patreon, so the Patreon supporters can see more. This is now the exclusive look at Base Boulder Field. Base first appeared in Gaiden Deathly Delusion Destroyers And this is how bass will appear in Guardians and Metal Exterminators coming to the Nintendo Switch. So I've spent a fair bit of time coming up with this design. In the story, Bass was in Leaden City. He was at a disco. He was dancing, and he's on the way back from Leaden City. He's coming back to Silver Falls, and he hears a commotion, and he can tell there's something weird is going on. So he goes on over to see what's going on, and he ends up seeing Oxa and Gold and what they're up to with the Metal Exterminators. So I think this is, gee, I'm looking at this and I'm really admiring I'm admiring this design now that I'm looking at it. So I don't, you know, we all know what Bass looks like in modern days. He's just got his shirt and suspenders and jeans, but he's got this sort of real shiny leathery pants. You know, they're kind of tight up top. You've got these nice slick, you know, deep blue boots that are dual tone. You have these bright sequins, you have these stripes here, and I'm kind of thinking this is not a new shirt. This is a shirt that Bass has had since the 70s. Guardians and Metal Exterminators takes place in the 80s, doesn't it? You know, he has these, you know, real deep blue sunglasses, and it was important to maintain that color blue because for Bass's character, basically that his identifiable colors are that deep blue and the sort of rich earthy maroon that I really like. He's got, you know, he's styling, man. Look at him. He knows what he's doing. He's got these cool 2 earrings. You know, he's got a ring up top. He's got a lower ring there. He's got the sideburns going. And maybe a guy who can't let go of the past to an extent, you know, because the 70s are over. It's now the it's in the late 80s now, but he's still enjoying the vibe of the 70s. And in a way, so is Karn as well. Karn's he's just a fun old hippie, isn't he? Here we go. Karn's kind of, he's not a young man here. He's just a normal aged man, but I quite enjoy Karn. I'm trying to latch on, but I have low pixel accuracy right now. I'm trying to grab the bandana, man. Let me latch on to that. There we go. Here we go. So we got Karn there. He's got this tie-dye thing, and he's got the bandana. I changed his glasses. You know, before it was just a flat model with a texture on it, but I wanted real modeled glasses now. Everything should be higher quality now. Here's a small detail that really irritated me that I want to share with you guys. I was so rushed working on Guardians and Metal Exterminators. I did not even have time to put wedding rings on Winnie and Owl, and that super bothered me. That's one of the things that really aggravated me. And I knew that for the most part people wouldn't notice it, but there were moments where I was thinking about it going, you would see that they don't have wedding rings, and it really aggravated me. So that's something that I'm addressing in the HD remaster is Winnie and Owl now have their wedding rings. I'll share you something with Gold as well here. Let's go ahead and grab Gold. I mean, we're not in a rush. I'll drag, you know, Iron On into here and we'll show them, but we have other characters to work on. Let's go ahead and that's our new one, right? Let's see. Let's just grab that. There's a very subtle detail here. It shouldn't matter. This kind of thing should not matter at all, but to me, it matters. This is something that I wanted from the very beginning. I wanted, you know, and I just didn't have time. This is how pressed for time I was with Guardians and Metal Exterminators as well. Gold was always supposed to have an earring. I always wanted him to have that earring. I think it's a very 80s look. And I didn't even have time to give him his earring in Guardians and Metal Exterminators. So I'm fixing that. You can think of the Guardians and Metal Exterminators Switch remaster to be my opportunity to address everything that I wanted to have in the game. That was my original intention, but I just didn't have time because I was fighting Unity. Across multiple games I was fighting Unity and it was eating up my time. So there's Gold's earring, and he's got those kind of like cool dual rings set up. He's got a ring on the inside, a ring on the outside. My browser history now includes on which ear do straight men wear earrings. And I've never had to look that up before. But I was looking at Gold, and I had his earring ready, and I thought, well, I don't know which ear to put this on. I've never worn an earring, so I might have to grab myself another coffee here. Gino's saying, nice. I ain't seen him yet as I worked that stream. No, wax on, wax on. Crispy, I like Willie. I bet you like Willie. He refuses to stop being groovy. That's true, he's got to be groovy, man. My browser history is terrible, too, thanks to game dev. Yeah, you know, sometimes you got to look things up, especially if you're writing, you're doing a story element, and you got to look some things up. There's certain things in my history where I think, I really hope nobody goes on my computer and looks at my history, because I'm embarrassed by what the things I've had to look up. I saw a picture the other day. Someone said, I'm ashamed of my browser history. I'm more ashamed of my calculator history, which I think is very funny. All right, so yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and grab that enemy that I said. Let's go ahead. I gotta go into my project folder here. If you give me just a moment, and I will bring that right on in. And this is going to be very exciting because I've not seen this enemy in engine, so this is neat for me. This is very special. Okay, let me go ahead and grab my OBJ file. Let's see, I've got my OBJs, and I have my texture, and I will have to create those. Okay, so let me go ahead and I'll bring that in here. Okay. I will bring in our project, and I need to hide some things for confidentiality. So I'm not showing you anything that's like confidential, nothing that's, you know, breaks NDA. I'm always very careful about this. There's nothing NDA related here, and of course there are no spoilers. I've hidden everything that's spoilery, so it should be fine now. Okay. Now I got to bring my enemies in, and where's my cryptid folder? Yep, let's go ahead and open that. Okay, nobody look. I'm doing some confidential stuff here. Okay. Copy pasta. Alright, we've got our new files in here, and we are going to drop them in. Oh, my tie is a bit crooked, isn't it? Alright, there we are. So, generally, I don't let people know what the names of these cryptids are, but in this situation... Whoa, that's a little too big, isn't it? Let's go ahead and just dial that down a little. So, for anyone interested in this sort of aspect, I'm going to use the inspector in Unity. So I have the inspector there, and what I will do is on the scale factor, you can change that, you can convert the units. I'm just going to unclick that, and I'm going to see the effect that it has. If that's just going to dial it down to like 10%. No? Okay. So what I will do, that's way too big. I'm just going to go to 0.2. Generally, I wouldn't do this, especially if you have animations involved. I'm just showing you one way that you can sort of address this issue. And here's something I'll point out. And yeah, I was right. It was 10 times too big. So I'll just point this out here. So up close, you know, these characters are not designed to look, you know, hyper realistic, and they're not really designed to look very good up close. They're designed to look pretty good at this distance. And if you kind of have a look at Winnie's face here, what's up with? Oh, yeah. If you have a look at Gold and Karn, this is generally the ideal distance for these characters, where they tend to look most alive and most realistic. And that's usually what I work towards, and that's why they kind of look, you know, their skin is too rough when you get up close and whatnot, is because the camera is never going to get that close in-game. Whereas, in general, I consider this distance is going to look pretty good. You know, their skin catches the light a certain way. that's where I try to aim for. Ah, here's another thing. I'll share this to the patrons as well and for everyone in the stream because I appreciate all of you watching the stream here. Is the very first exclusive look at Wilma. So I only finished Wilma about 2 nights ago. So Wilma Wonder Sky also debuted in Gaiden Deathly Delusion Destroyers. So we meet Wilma shortly after we meet Base, and she has a bit of a rivalry and a history with Honor that I think is quite sad. It seems fun and playful at first until you learn more about just through dialogue, just through them talking, and I think it's pretty sad. When it seemed like this could have been a friendship and a relationship that should be something great because they're both into archery, right? And they both challenge each other, and there are moments where you think like, oh yeah, they're probably really good friends, and it just turns out Wilma has this sort of this deep-seething hatred and resentment for Honard. Yeah, and I don't want to spoil it for anyone that hasn't played it because there will be opportunities for people to enjoy those stories and whatnot. Oh, cool. This was the one from yesterday. Yeah, the hardcore. Yeah, I finished the hardcore. Yeah. So, yeah, this is Wilma. And then here's the sort of thing like, here's one thing that I would address is her boobs are a bit blocky. There's low poly count there. So what I would do, I would open this up in Maya and I would just work on those and I would add more polygons and smoothen that out a bit. Because I would like to use this character model in games where maybe the camera can be closer. So there we go. And one thing that I really wanted for her color scheme is something a little bit more vibrant. I personally think that her modern day color scheme is one of my favorite character color schemes. One of my favorite character designs is Wilma Wonder Sky, and I wanted her 80s look to have a more vibrant, more poppy look to it. Something that really pops. Because she herself is happier at this point in her life, and she's probably a bit more vibrant and more, So I wanted colors, especially something that felt like an 80s design as well. She's got these fur armband and a rope on the other side, and this sort of, here's a trick for character design. It's so cheap, and it works. Asymmetry makes a character interesting to look at. That's why we get anime characters that have like a long sleeve here and then a cut off there. Asymmetry is awesome, and I think the clearest example of that is Final Fantasy X. You look at Final Fantasy X character designs, and those are the most asymmetrical characters you have ever seen, and they are so cool to look at. You look at Cloud Strife with his one shoulder pad, and it's like, whoa. The more asymmetrical someone is, the cooler they are. Anyway, I've sort of created this universal metal material that's this gold that catches light. It's tarnished in a certain way, and I think it's pretty interesting to look at. A lot of characters will have that gold jewelry that's not perfectly shiny. If it was perfectly shiny, it'd be very boring to look at. So you can see I give it quite this tarnished look, and I think it's interesting because it catches the light in certain ways. Yeah, and in the 80s, Wilma's hair is still a very, very deep black there. And I wanted to maintain her blue, so I have the fur boots, I have that fur armband. Anyway, yeah, I hope you enjoyed that look at Wilma Wonder Sky. Yeah, in fairness, it seems like it was Honard's fault in the end. Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely, 100%. Honard was kind of a bad dude in terms of being a relationship and romantic, and the way that he was just dealing with women. Oof. Honard really fumbled that. He really hurt some people, and that's something that with his character, because we haven't had a feature game with Honard yet, but that's something that at some point has to be addressed by him. Is just he was kind of a bad dude when it came to women. He just did real bad. Yeah, look at that. That's what I'm all about. So here's what I'm thinking, right? I'm not sure if I have the Metal Exterminator shader in here. What I want to do is actually, I created a shader material for the Metal Exterminators in white inside its Umbra. So I might actually go and grab my Wii U code, which is, so again, that's that's another example of taking Wii U code and bringing it to the Switch. I might do that. I'm in the studio right now, which is sealed off. I'd have to go over to my office, boot up my Wii U machine, and then get the Wii U code. So I think for now, I think I might just give them a generic kind of thing for now. Okay, I need to go to my project folder. So this is one that I did off camera because I thought it wasn't that interesting. It was quite demanding working on this. I have this may be it. I'm gonna go ahead and grab this. I'm gonna drag and drop. That may be it. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I think this is directly from the Wii U. There we go. Yeah, and this guy should have his own deal. What we'll do is we'll turn off the lighting for now, just so I can see what this is supposed to look like. This is the enemy which I was sculpting on stream last time, and I was having a difficult time making it look interesting for the stream because it's such an abstract and weird enemy. So this thing rolls around, and say for example, let's just say I added it to 3 Down Stars HD. Imagine how difficult it's going to be trying to shoot this thing when it's rolling around, and you think you've lined up a really good shot, and then this metal portion comes up, and it's bulletproof. You can't shoot through that. And the only way you can damage it is by hitting the heart there. So what I have not added onto this yet, I have not added the arteries and veins that will be coming out of this guy. They'll be physics animated, so as it rolls around, it'll be have its arteries and stuff just sort of wobbling around all over the place. Maybe some blood will spurt out here and there. So I think visually, up close, it's going to be a very interesting enemy to look at. So this is, what a weird cryptid, right? But not everything can be like, there's a degree of cuteness when it comes to Ghoul Busters, and that's was very it was one of my priorities, because Ghoul Busters is a 90s game, and things in the 90s are kind of cute, aren't they? You know, so every single Ghoul Busters enemy had to have a degree of horror and a degree of cuteness. There we go. I have so many things on my drop-down menu here. MX Hardcore Heart. Okay, there we go. So I'm going to bring that material onto there. And now, I'll look at my shader, and I have prepared here the body. I'll go to the albedo map and get out of the way here. So I got my color. This is something I painted in Fuse, and what we'll do now is we'll create a normal map for it. So again, it's very important we turn on anisotropic filtering, because if we don't, the details get lost when they're at a bit of an angle here. So I'm going to click on this. I will go to default, and for anisotropic filtering, I like to crank that on up to 9. I will apply that. Okay, and what I will do now is I'll just open shader map. I use shader map to help me generate normals. So if you create a texture and you need something, there are other options. I've tried using a number of other options, and in general I end up wasting a huge amount of time with other options. My specular map, usually I like to actually create that manually in Photoshop. It can be kind of boring and time consuming. It's not that interesting for stream. If anyone wants to see that, I'll do that. But for now, I'll just quickly create myself a normal map. Oh, hold on. Come back, shader map. I need you. So shader map will let us do this. Hello? I'm not sure what happened here. I'm going to go ahead and try it again. Just want to open this up. There we go. It has worked this time. So, shader map is now generating a normal map for us. And sort of zoom. And I could load the model in, but I don't think I need to at this point. This is just going to be a rough draft, and I'll fine-tune it later. But I'm looking at where the arteries sort of go in and out, and I'm thinking that's good. That's quite right. There's a lot of things that you can fine-tune here. I think I want to give a bit more detail to the highs. I'll make it a bit more intense because I want it to look quite detailed, so that it catches the light very sharply. That's what I want. Now, again, I can work on this a bit more, and I'll fine-tune it more later on. Let's go ahead and save that. And I don't like using their spec maps. They never look good they're never quite right to me. That's why I like to do them myself. But I'll save it now anyway, just just to have it in there, and we'll see it in engine. But I'm pretty excited seeing this in engine already. This is kind of neat looking. So now that we've generated our normal maps, let's go ahead and drop those in there. So I'll take the normal map, put that into, I'm in the way here. Fix now. Okay, and you can see now it now has its bumpiness and it's detailed. I'll take the spec map. I'll just put it in there. I'm in the way. I'm very much in the way. Okay, and we can see it take shape like that. Okay, so let's go ahead and turn our scene lighting back on, and let's have a look at this in engine. That's neat. You see our normal map allows the veins and the details of that heart to really stand out. This is very exciting. What do you guys think of this thing? What do you think of that enemy? Let's bring it closer to that vending machine. I quite like using the vending machine because it is a neutral colored light. The campfire really colors things quite richly. So go ahead and just select this guy. That's my hardcore. And then it's important to also bring these enemies close to the human characters and then scale them accordingly as well. So, okay. So right now it's too big, right? I'm thinking it's too big. It's got to roll around like that, but I really like this tarnished look to the metal. It also has a bit of an organic feel to it. It looks like there's veins in there. So what do you guys think of this, the hardcore? We got to move some of these humans out of the way now, just so I need some space here. Move from there. Okay. Okay. Yeah, check that out. What do you guys think of that? All right. I'm feeling that. I'm really feeling that. Okay. So this, okay. Yeah. Hey. All right. This is quite satisfying for me as a developer because this is a concept. I wanted an enemy like this very early on. Well, not early on, but it was towards the end of development of Metal Exterminators. I knew I wanted an enemy like this, and originally it was going to be an enemy that hovered in the air, that floated around. And partly because I needed to save time animating, and I ended up creating the spiky enemy instead because I knew that the hardcore, this guy's called hardcore, I knew he was going to be very time consuming when it came to development. And so I shelved the idea and I created the spike enemy because I knew that the spike enemy I could create very quickly, and more importantly, because the spike geometry and the spike material was just one model, every single instance of that enemy was actually just sharing one piece of modeling data, so it was actually very easy for the 3DS to render that spike enemy. So I created that spike enemy as a consideration for the 3DS. The enemy took up very little memory, and it was very easy to render that enemy. And I knew that this was going to be difficult for me to create at the time, and it was going to be very demanding on the 3DS. So being able to bring it to the game now is very satisfying for me. And I've never seen it together like this before. You guys are experiencing this the first time that I am. I find this very satisfying, and I'm very happy with how this cryptid has turned out. So I'm glad you guys are here to share this moment with me, because this is very exciting for me. I really like this. This is neat for me. I really like it. I'm going to catch up with the chat a little. Okay. Gino's A. In fairness, it seems like it was Honard's fault in the end, which is a shame because we've gotten nothing but a lovable rogue and teacher from Honard till then. Yeah, I'm interested to get the full story one day. Waka is out asymmetrical king. I love that whole orange jumpsuit thing. What's up with that, you know? That I'm thinking here's like it's meant to look like a fishing waders, but if you're swimming, you have to consider your Waka's suit is like, it's catching all the water, right? So that would slow him down in the water. And maybe that's why he's so bad at blitzball. You know, that could be it. Aurochs Nation. I would reset Final Fantasy X over and over again. If I didn't win that first blitzball game, I just reset it. I had to win. I refused to lose. Gina say, I'm absolutely going to design my own Metal Exterminators at one point. I love these guys. I like it. It's different. I like his afro. Yeah. Hey, you could make your own Metal Exterminators, and I think you've spent enough time looking at them. You get the idea, the concept of how these things are different from other Silver Falls cryptids and what kind of makes them their own unique family of cryptids in Silver Falls. I love these guys. I think they're charismatic in a way, you know? And that's something that I'd like to lean into a bit more going forward, is a family of cryptids. How we've seen the Metal the Face Takers is sort of leaning into it, is where I first really leaned into the family of it, where there's a bunch of these things, and they all have a very similar, or they share the same philosophy in terms of what they set out to do and what they are and where they come from. All right, where do I... I'll just grab a Metal Exterminator, and let's... I'll see if I have the HD, if we can remaster a Metal Exterminator now. Let's go ahead and click on that. Alrighty. So, let's bring a Metal Exterminator in. Oh, that's rough! Wow! Wow. That is rough. Look at that. That's how that boy looks like on the 3DS. Rashad, this was tough. It was really tough getting the afro to look right, and if you get too close, it doesn't look right, you know? This was the hardest thing so far visually that I've been trying to get, because you need the afro to catch light a certain way. There needs to be a particular amount of detail to it. It was such a challenge. And really what really clenched it for me in terms of getting it to look just right, and I'll share this with you in case anyone needs to do that as well, is my hair, the texture. For the normals, I disabled MIP mapping. MIP mapping smoothing things out as you get farther away from the model. If I turn MIP mapping back on, you'll see it's not right anymore. I'll turn that on. Let's see, what else is in there? MIP mapping. Okay, afro, diffuse, I'll turn on MIP mapping, and you'll see it's not right anymore once I turn MIP mapping on. See, it has a softer look to it, and it's a little mangled on the stream. It's a little garbled. It's much easier to tell in real time. Like on my screen, it's sharper, but on stream, it's part of the capture card as well. The capture card really smoothens things out, but it doesn't look right. And especially when you have there are cards in there. You can sort of see it here more visibly. There are cards that sort of lend to that texture that comes up from the hair. They become more visible. Oh no, hold on, not streaming bitmap, generate bitmap. There we go. That's what I needed to click. Clicked on the wrong thing. There, you can see it's very wrong now. I clicked on the wrong thing. Yeah, see, so when I've turned on MIP mapping, you can see it's very bad. It looks bad. You can see the hair cards, especially when you get farther away. All you see are the hair cards. And the hair's too soft now. It just looks like a ball. And I was struggling with this for a few hours because it was just awful. And eventually I realized I should turn off the MIP maps. So I'll turn off the MIP maps, and now you'll see it's correct. So now it's catching the light in just the right way. And now the hair cards go away, and it looks correct. Especially there. It's angles like that where I think, oh, I'm so glad I got that to look right now. At a distance, it looks right, and the hair cards are not really that visible anymore. And it's important to me because I know it's a point of pride to have a good fro, you know, especially in this era where it's your style, and you're really about style, you know. So let's go ahead and see if we can upscale this bad boy, because this is looking, wow, this is rough. I should have grabbed my keyboard. I did not, so I'm sort of leaning over a bit. Next time, I'll make a note to make sure I bring my keyboard over. So this is how the Exterminators appeared in the 3DS. Wow, that's rough. Oh boy, that's rough. Okay, let's go ahead and remaster this fella. I'm going to hit the remaster button. Most people don't realize it, but remastering an entire video game, going from you know, a portable handheld onto an HD console, it's very easy to remaster things. All you do is you hit the remaster button, and then AI does all the work for you, and you have nothing to worry about. Just kidding. Remastering is a painful, slow process. Okay, so what I will do first, we're going to select the mesh there. Rashad, yeah, getting Afrocentric hair is difficult to get right to how naturally curly it is, and the strains are clumped together. Yeah, and it's in a game engine. What's extra difficult is getting the hair to look right at different distances as well. Okay, so what I will do is I'll create. Oh no! See, I've got that new. So I've got this shader, right? So what I'm going to do is use the same shader because I want all the exterminators to share the same shader. So already we're looking a lot better because the shader is just better, but he's looking very rough, isn't he? And this is hopefully, okay, I'm going to trust that my past self put the high definition, high poly count model in here. Come on, self. I'm counting on my past self. I'm really trusting myself here. Okay, here we go. Moment of truth. Did past Jerrel. Look out for future Jerrel. He did. Okay, that's better. That's looking a lot better. Yeah. I think there's only one hiccup here. Just there. Let me see what I can do about that. I'm going to check the poly count on this guy here. How many triangles does this man have? Okay, so this is 6,000. 6,360 verts, 3,500 triangles. You can have a look at the mesh data here. Actually, okay, so this is meant for, I think this is the version that I used for Wii U. Because that's actually quite low poly count, so that's still quite performant. That's going to offer good performance still. I know that the Switch can handle significantly more than that. I'm going to look at, let's see. Wow! And then the final 3DS version used 1,676 triangles. Okay. Actually, I've got red lines on my screen. They've been there for a while. It's from OBS, and it's really distracting. So I just got rid of them just now. Okay, so I'm going to see if I have a higher resolution exterminator now. I might have to go back into my asset database. Okay, so if you guys just give me a moment, let me just check my asset database here. I'm hoping I've left a much higher resolution in there. So, okay, Past Me did leave a high resolution, or that one's considered medium resolution. Okay, let's see what have I got. I have MD in here. Whew. 1 MD. I'm going to try this one. I'm going to try it. Okay. So we are going back to Unity, and then hopefully this one. I normally make low definition, medium definition, and high definition when it comes to the enemies. So we'll see what I've done. Let's go ahead and even that out a bit. I'm gonna paste this guy in here. Copy pasta. Show Explorer. Okay. Let's see what we got. Load that in. I thought I pasted him in there. Where is he? Exterminator 1. Okay. Exterminator. Oh no. Oh, we're good. We're good. Okay. Here's what I'm thinking, right? Okay. So now that I have this, let's see how many. 9,000. Yeah. Okay. This is the version that I want. Okay. So Past Me didn't leave it in the game project, but it left it in the sort of resource project. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Okay, so here's what's gone wrong. Remember earlier I showed you the import settings for the scale factor? So now the scale factor is wrong, so I need to match the existing import data. So you can see how that one, the one that does work correctly, does not use scale factor. So what I will do on my new one is I will disable scale factor. And that issue occurred because there's an animation rig applied to this, and I'm trying to take data from an imported animated mesh or skinned mesh that does not match the same scaling. So you can see now it is higher definition. This is the amount of definition that I want, but the normal data is not good. That's like all crystalline now. So what I will do, instead of importing the normals, because I have not defined those normals externally, what I will do is just have Unity calculate them in engine, and there we go. Now we have our beautiful, beautiful boy. And there we go. We've remastered the Metal Exterminator enemy. So here we have a side-by-side. Let's go ahead and show a side-by-side now. And let's move these characters here. Alright, so base can move. Let's get gold out of there as well. Alright. And in future, in other games, the Metal Exterminators appear bigger. They are this particular size for this game because I want the enemies to have a particular visual balance to them. I'm also considering the placement of the camera, which is quite far away, but you can zoom the camera in, which was a request from users of the game, so I added that camera functionality. So here we go. We've remastered these guys here. I might grab myself a coffee. I might do something here. But there we go. Now we can see. Let's turn off the global lighting as well, just so we can get a better look. You can see what a significant difference it's made. So now I've remastered that, and that's because I'd already done some work, but I left myself an optimized high poly count model. I left that in my project folder. So now the Metal Exterminator is ready to go. That can now be put in engine. And maybe next time on stream what we'll do is I'll deploy this to the Switch, and then we can play it a bit, and we can see all of these new models side by side, or actually running. So here we have the 3DS version. What a chunky boy. And here we have our beautiful friend. Let's remaster one more enemy real quick, which while we're at it, this is quite fun. Okay. Let's see here. Let me just check. Is the music still going? I haven't even been looking at that. It's a different setup here. Okay. Is the music too loud, or can we even hear it? Is everything all right? Okay. So let's go ahead and grab one more enemy, and then we'll make... Actually, before we make another enemy, I think let's go ahead and bring a young Iron into engine. Okay, thanks. We'll bring young Iron into the game engine now. We can see him in engine. And it's, again, I think it's going to be interesting to see that, but it's also very satisfying for me as well. I really like, again, from the concept phase, bringing a character through the different developmental stages, and then finally seeing them in engine is really great. So, Iron 80s. There's a lot that goes to it. And this is something that you can do as well, okay? So I'll walk you through this step. I gotta log in here. So getting a character sort of rigged up. There's so many different solutions. Mixamo right now, they've had ups and downs when it comes to the quality of their rigging. Usually I used Mixamo to perform one rigging step, and then I generally have a long process that I go through afterwards, so this is not my only step for rigging up a character. This is just one very small but very important step, as it saves a significant amount of time. So now I will get my character here. I'll just go fuse. I'll just see where fuse saved my character actually. Okay. And I think I will need to get myself a refill on coffee very shortly here. Just gonna see where I exported this, huh? Alright, it's in my 3 down stars folder, which actually a lot of these characters are just in my 3 down stars folder. So it is just gigs upon gigs of characters in there. And that sort of shows like that's really where the series started, was development for 3 Down Stars, because a lot of times when I create a new character, their data is actually still stored in my 3 Down Stars, not the game, folder, project resource folder. So let's go ahead and get into my iron folder. Okay. So what we'll do here is drag and drop our OBJ. So when Fuse spits out the character, it is not rigged. You cannot animate the character. It is an OBJ file, which is not an animated file. Okay, let me go ahead and just delete these files here. And in Fuse, I'm just going to export. Let's see, 1024. I don't care about the hat right now. I'm not even going to use that hat. Okay, the boots, and then the body needs to be 2048 by 2048. We're going to export the textures. I export the textures from Fuse separately. Okay, no big deal. Alright. And this is a step, again, if you have your own character models and you need them rigged up very quickly, they're going to be filled with errors and issues with Mixamo. Things have changed over the years as they've worked on it. It's actually gotten worse to some degree. There are significant steps I take afterwards. Like I have to import data from my older character models to correct the issues that Mixamo introduces. But the fact is, it rigs up a character and it has it workable, and it does it programmatically, or not programmatic, like procedurally. So it saves me dozens of hours of work of doing this and continually editing and fine-tuning. It's a nightmare trying to rig up humanoid characters. I'm at a point in my life where I have more important things to work on. So, and okay, that looks correct to me. Yep. Okay. And again, you can do this yourself. It's mixamo.com. But it works and it's free. There are other solutions. I've paid for programs that I have that I don't really like using them. They have a learning curve which I just don't have time to invest in right now. So if we wait just a moment, that should spit out everything that we need. Okay, I need to do a step here with Unity because Fuse spits out files that don't actually work properly in Unity. So I have a procedure here which will just edit those files that will fix them for me. So I got to open Photoshop real quick. So I'm doing a couple of things off camera here. So you know that it's a little rough and there are certain parts that don't fold and bend correctly. So again, there's significant work that I do in modeling programs to import data from my older character models which are rigged correctly. Okay, FBX for Unity. Okay, and now we have a character that we can bring into the engine. And so this is young Iron in the 80s. We can close out of that now, and I'll open my downloads folder and bring him on in. Downloads, Iron Austin, copy, and pasta. Okay, and I'm just going to fix a couple things in Photoshop very quickly. So we'll bring Iron in, we'll drag him in just so we can have a look, and it should just take me a minute. Rashadzi, have you thought about using AccuRig yet? I'm learning that at the moment, but at the moment it doesn't really fit into my workflow. And the reason being is I have developed entire animation frameworks that I'll be using for years and years. And the animation frameworks that I've created, they rely on the rigs that are created by Mixamo. I have looked at AccuRig, and I'll start using it for other things in the future. But at the moment, there's no point in me using AccuRig because I would have to spend months creating brand new animation frameworks. And I've spent years creating these animation frameworks, and they rely on the rigs that are created by Mixamo. So, unfortunately, I'm trapped. Okay. let me go ahead and fix these files because Fuse generates files that don't work correctly in Unity. So I'm just going to run my procedures here. This won't take long, just a moment. Run that. I'm working off screen just a little bit. Okay. And Rashad Z, AccuRig lets you do non-humanoid characters as well, right? Characters with tendrils and tails and wings and all that. Is that correct? Am I remembering the right thing? Because I have to experiment with so many different software packages, I tend to lose track of what does what. And it's a nightmare if I've used like a software package for like one game and then I never use it again and I can't remember what I used for it. There's so many different things out there, you know. So, and that's one challenge that you face as a solo developer. If you had a team, you would have people that specialize in particular aspects of development. For me, because I do absolutely everything, that's just one of the challenges that I have to deal with. You just got to deal with it. Oh wait, you put these on for that, right? You just deal with it. Did I do this correctly? Can you please advise to the accuracy of the meme which I have performed? I've done it? I've done it correctly? Anyway, we're going back to the 80s here. I'm just going to put my 80s visor here. Okay, so we've copy-pasted our files in here. And so what I will do now is I will create my materials and we'll get this handsome fella. We'll get them all textured up here. I'm going to have my nice lighting on here. So this is what it looks like when you bring a character in to Unity from Fuse. And you can do this yourself, you know. So I will create my materials now. Got to get some folders in here. Material. Okay. Top. Okay. First things first, let's get some skin on this bad boy. But here's the thing, right? I do not use the base albedo maps for the skin that come out of Fuse because they result in a lifeless, horrifying, homunculus looking character model. I do significant work in terms of painting the character skin, and I'll show you that process now, just for interest, and I'll show you the difference it makes. So here we go. Let's go ahead. First, I'll just get the base maps on there. Right. Rashad Z, yeah, it allows you to do non-humanoid characters. That's what I really want to use AccuRig for. I'm really looking forward to using that. Okay, so let's get our... and the metallic maps, I actually create my own as well. I take into account sort of blood vessels and skin imperfections. I don't use the ones that come with it. I do those manually. What did I do occlusion? Yeah, I did. Actually, I generally won't use... every character sort of is generated with their own occlusion map, but I actually have a universal set of occlusion maps so that characters can share them. And that actually cuts down significantly on your memory usage. So you see I have occlusion maps here. I have some for female and some for male. I have one that's meant for mustaches. So I'll go ahead and use that one. You can see that it sort of occludes behind the mustache and whatnot. If they have a hat and whatnot. So I'll go ahead and select that one. Otherwise, every character is taking up their own data in memory. And you're wasting memory at that point. So yeah, generally my characters will share just a handful of occlusion maps. Okay. We gotta get some eyeballs in there. I think I'm gonna borrow somebody else's eyeballs because it's kind of horrifying right now. So let's go ahead and click on that, right? I really gotta get my keyboard here. So I'm gonna borrow somebody's eyes. Who have I got? I'm just gonna borrow. Yeah, I'll borrow those. I'm gonna. And in this situation, everyone is sharing the same eyelash material, because that, again, just saves memory, doesn't it? go. I'm gonna borrow someone's hair as well. No, no, no. Let's do it properly. So what I'm going to do is pick a character with similar colored hair. Gold has similar colored hair, right? So I'm just going to go into my project folder. I'm going to just copy and paste the hair. Oh, the beard is supposed to be separate as well. That's its own sort of thing. Anyway, yeah, see, I really dislike how this looks. See how he looks like lifeless? He looks like a mannequin. Very upsetting to behold. So I'll show you my process for that. I'm going to get the rest of his clothes on, and then I'll show you how I work on those character skin textures. So let's go ahead and get that in there now. So I will put his hair on like that, and what I will do is click on the hair, and in my project folder I need to put Iron's actual hair. I usually manually work on the hair as well. See, that's way too light, and that isn't looking, that's really light. Anyway, I can darken that and modify that later. So what I'm going to do is duplicate the hair material, and I'm going to make a duplicate and rename it mustache, because generally the mustache also has a different material on there. So I'll put that on there, and see, it's quite blocky, right? It's like you can see the hair cards, and the hair card is generally what you call, that geometry. So I put his mustache material on there, and now it's more correct. And what I will do is now adjust that just like so that fades a bit more. So I need to work on that a little bit. It's a bit too, I am having a hard time seeing actually with these things. I'll take those off for now. It is very, very difficult to see with those on. Okay. Yeah, but you get it. So I'll have to manually go in and adjust the hair. I'll go into a modeling program. So we'll go ahead and finish giving materials to him. Top, let's go ahead. I don't like this hat. This is just going to be a temporary hat for now. Oh, this is going to be horrifying. I'll do this because it's horrifying. It's just going to be a wretched visage of misery here if I do this. So what I'm doing is I'm just duplicating the skin material. Rather than right-clicking and going new material, it's faster to press Control D and duplicate a material. And I just think it's horrifying if I did this. So this is what we're doing today. Okay, and then I'm renaming it. All this just to save myself a right click and clicking on something. It's just a little faster. It's horrifying. Okay, so what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to look up some 80s shirts later on, and I'm just going to create some new shirts. So what I'll do is I'll drag my project folder over so I don't have to keep looking back and forth in it. Okay. Okay. And then you can get a better look at what I'm doing here. So I have my project folder here. Put that there. And I will put in top base color here. Oh, right, I forgot. That window will always fall behind. So I guess I won't be doing that. That's kind of irritating. Come on. The inspector falls behind. Okay. Well, you get it. I'll just do this. Okay. So I'm kind of in the way here. So the top, let's zoom in there. Metallic and smoothness. We have the top normal. Alright, we'll fix that. And we have the top ambient occlusion. Alright. Now we'll get his pants going. Boy, that is upsetting looking. Wow, 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 wow. That's really not pleasant, is it? Okay, we got our, oops. Get our normals on there. Fix that. Bottom ambient occlusion. Bottom normal. Oh, I did the normal already. Just press the escape key. Metallic and smoothness. base color. There we go. Get our shoes in there as well. Oh. Those are the shoes that I modified. Okay. Well, here we go. I'll just fix that. Control D. And I'll rename that other one to bottom later on. I accidentally had them sharing the same material, didn't I? Okay. So shoes. We have the base color, which I'll have to open that now. The base color in there. Shoes. Metallic and smoothness. Shoes. Normal. Fix now. And these shoes. Ambient occlusion. Okay, and lastly we'll just get his hat fixed up, won't we? We'll just do that. The temporary hat, I don't want to use that one. It's a low quality one. And I've got good quality ones in my asset database. So, there's a temporary one. Normal. Fix now. Hat. Ambient occlusion. We have hat. Oh no, that's hair. Press the escape key. Hat. Metallic and smoothness. And hat. Base color. Okay, let's go ahead and bring that back over. And what I will do now is I'll open Photoshop and I'll show you this process here at getting these characters to look more alive, to make it look like they have a soul. I also manually place corneas in the eyes as well so they can catch light a bit more. And actually in this particular design for Iron, I actually wanted the hat sitting back a little bit. I actually wanted it sitting far back so we can see his face more clearly. And just for comparison, let's go ahead and bring back Bull here, Bull's 80s form. And we'll see, we'll just compare them. We'll compare Bull and Iron, since they're kind of like the big beefy boys. Okay. Alright, pal, where are ya? Okay. So who's taller anyway? I think Iron is a little taller. Yeah, Bull is chunkier, and Iron is a bit more lean, and I'd always thought that was sort of, how it would play out. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's looking okay. That's looking alright. And see, it would be very easy to kind of accidentally confuse these characters because they're both kind of like this sort of stoic, beefy kind of look to them. And so I had to pick colors that really contrasted so that if they were side by side, you could tell who's who. And so, Bull I came up with first, well before designing Iron. And I knew that Iron, I thought I need a color that really contrasts with Bull. So Iron has this sort of calm, sort of pink sort of thing going on. That's kind of purple, so I'm going to have to work on that anyway. So we've opened Photoshop. I'll bring that over now and we'll look at that. So what I'll do is I'll just minimize Unity. So close out of some things that I'm no longer using. Let's close that. Okay. We'll bring Photoshop over. We'll minimize that. Let me go ahead and open some files here. Okay. So, character work, here we go. So I have quite a long procedure. I've tried to streamline this procedure as much as I can. But what it comes down to, basically, I do a significant amount of painting over these characters to get them to look correct, especially if they have body hair as well. I need to keep track in mind. So this is his modern day look, right? What I'm just going to do is I'm going to save an 80s variant of it. Save as Iron, color. Okay, we'll go 80s. And then what we will do, I'm going to leave the chest hair and the arm hair there as it should be. I may have to come back and redo the normal maps as well because the normal maps need to take that into account. So what I'm going to do here is copy his base 80s materials. So his body, 80s body normal and base color, I'm going to paste that into the new thing there. And, oh, he's got like... Oh. It doesn't really matter, does it? Okay. So he's got shorts. He's got shorts in this one. So that's his younger look. Okay. And I'm actually using his modern day texture. You can see there's all sorts of stuff going on. There's a whole lot. There's so many layers. There's a lot of blending. There's a lot of procedures that go on. I'm going to go ahead and paste that in there. And I'm just going to adjust the colors so it's closer to what it should be here. Okay. All right. I'm just going to use levels here and get it close to his skin tone that it should be. There's a particular skin tone for certain characters that I go for that has a very realistic look to it. And again, realism isn't the most important thing, but when it comes to these characters, I want them to look like they have a soul, like they could be real people. So the color still is a bit off, so what I'm going to do is try to adjust that and get him to that pink hue that I know that he should be. He's kind of a little pink-ish, you know. Oh, that's a little too pink. Looks like a Dugrunt. What is that? What's a Dugrunt? I don't know what that is. Is that an enemy from something? Okay. So let's go ahead and... Right. And let's see how similar that is to his modern day skin. It's a little darker and it's a little yellow still, and I don't want it to be that yellow. That gives it a really lifeless mannequin look to it, doesn't it? I don't know why I'm like facing the wrong direction here. That's too much. See if I go that direction, it's too yellow. Let's go ahead and go minus 3. Let's try that. Control L. And you have to keep in mind he's also drunk during this game as well. So let's go ahead and brighten that. I think I'm going to call it there. I don't want to fiddle with that too much. I can always come back and fix it a bit more. So I know that this looks harsh, like, whoa, that's a lot of like red stuff. But it's the way that I have the material and the renderer, the shader set up for these characters, there has to be this harsh, sharp, contrasty color to their look to make them look alive, to make them look like real people. That also plays into the metallic map, which shows the shininess of a character. I have like blood vessels and like blood that shows underneath the skin that makes the characters look catch the light in a more realistic way. So I will have to do a new metallic map for him. What I will do is I'll adjust the veins. Here's what I gotta get out of the way here. I'm really in the way. Evangelion, you gotta go. All right. Well, hey, thanks for hanging out. It was good to see you. Take care. We'll see you next time. I just need to get a green cover for this seat so it can be green screen and invisible. That's what I need. Anyway, we're gonna get rid of some of these veins here. So if I click on those, hide them. He's an older fellow in the modern game, so I think we'll leave that one there. But what we will do is actually just make it a bit more subtle, like that. There we go. We'll leave that one. And the blood here, see if I turn that off, it's totally gone. So what I'm going to do is just very lightly start erasing some. These are, these come across as skin blemishes and skin imperfections. So what I will do is I'll make that, that's brush is too big. This is an extremely important part of the character designing process. This is what helps characters look alive. So actually I'm going to leave towards there. I want to, because he's drunk, isn't he? He's been drinking this whole time. We're just going to lighten those up, and I think up here is where I'll sort of lighten things a bit. There we go, because he is supposed to be a younger man as well, so you don't want him to look, kind of... So what we'll do is, that's looking good. There's a portion of my screen that I can't see that I'm just realizing, so I'm going to go ahead and save. Let's see here. And I'll come back and do more work later on as well, but I'd like to get this off the ground here so we can just see it running in engine. Okay? Fan of Momotaro family. I feel personally attacked. Who is that? Nick Gamer, how's it going? Good to see you. Thanks for coming to hang out. I'm just working on some character models here. Okay, Awakening. I love watching gorilla videos and digital pinball and pickled eggs. Is that a reference to something? Pickled eggs. I don't know. I think I've missed something. I'm not sure if I've ever had a pickled egg. Okay, let's see here. And here's the thing. Okay, I'm gonna look at my normals. I think I need to make a new normal map that has the body hair. So let's see. Base color baked. Shoot. Oh shoot. Body normal. Do I have them? You know what? I have to make a new normal map that has the arm hair and chest hair. I'll do that at another point in time. Let me go ahead and just get this loaded in now. Okay. Let's see. I'm just going to borrow his modern day metallic map because I don't really want to work on that at the moment. It's very dull to look at it. Okay, so here's the sort of kind of lifeless, horrifying, homunculus look that the Fuse put up these character maps that I really hate, that make them look like mannequins, lifeless mannequins. So now what I'm going to do is I'll duplicate it, and I'll do a comparison as well to show you. Top. Shouldn't that be called skin? Body? It should be skin anyway. Okay. What we'll do is we'll make a duplicate of that, right? Okay, and that should be body 1. Now, what we'll do is the new texture map that I just created will apply that, and I'll show you what a significant difference it makes in terms of making these characters look alive and not look like mannequins. Okay. So here we go. You'll see a significant difference now. Okay, so that's really pale, so I'm going to have to adjust that. I think I went too far in terms of the paleness, and I'll adjust that now. Okay. Go ahead and bring that into Photoshop. And just on the fly. Okay. So a little bit too bright. We'll go like that. So I know it looks very harsh, but in engine, because of the shader setup, it's going to work, right? Okay. All right, and I leave that there. I make it so like the characters can look like they're wet, like they've just come out of the water. So in general, I'll usually have that set to around there or so. Okay, we need to adjust the color just a bit more. He's looking too pink, actually. So you never really know until something is in engine what it's going to look like. I'm going to save that, and that may do the trick. There we go. And again, it's meant to look pretty realistic from a distance, you know. So, and again, Bull's still using his 3DS body. So I'm just going to disable the hat for now so you can have a look at his face here. You can see that has a much more realistic look. And what I will do now is manually add in the corneas. So I'm just going to go to Karn. I'll just borrow Karn's. I'll just show you what I'm doing here. I'm going to press F. Oh no, not the project, the hierarchy. Never mind, it's in the hierarchy. So let's see, corneas. Just a little bit off screen here. And these are external models that are not part of the model itself. They don't come from Fuse. I sort of made them myself. But these external corneas allow the eyes to catch light more, and they help the characters feel visually like they have a soul. Okay. Stick those in there. Let's see, that's pretty close. Now the one on the right, let's go ahead and bring those just there. And then the one on the left, we'll do just there. And I think we need to bring them back a little bit. Oh, they're looking good. Oh, actually, no, it needs to come forward a little bit, doesn't it? Okay. At least that one does. Anyway, it takes a while to really get those quite right. I'll come back and fiddle with that just a bit. I'll bring them forward a fair bit, and that will allow his eyes to catch the light more realistically there. So you see he has a very particular sort of look to him. He's a little bit on the shiny side, so I'm going to dial that down. And again, I make it that metallic map in such a way to where if that character, like if it's raining or they jump out of jump into a body of water and they step out, then you can have that character look like they are wet as they come out. So I think I'm gonna, if you have them too pasty, it won't look realistic. So I'm gonna leave it, I'll leave it about there, I think. And his hair is a bit pinched because he's meant to be wearing a hat. Which you can see he's got a real look to him now. He's got his chest hair as well. So what? One more step I will do to really sell that their skin has roughness and texture to it is I'm going to apply my detail map. So I have a detail map here so that their teeth and their nails don't receive this extra detail. But I have Skin 3B, which is a preset that I've made. You can see that's looking quite rough on him. And we have Skin 3 Overlay. Okay, now we'll go ahead and tile this. 3 and 3. And you can see it's really added this sort of rough look that makes it look like his skin has actual imperfection. So now he doesn't look like a mannequin. His skin looks quite realistic, and when you're very up close, it'll look too rough. But you're never going. I know the camera never gets very close like that in general, even if it gets only there. So I'm going to leave it. I might make it. I'm going to test it at 2 and 2, and that maybe 2.5. 2.5, and I'm going to increase the roughness on the normals there because he's like a big, rough, strong man. And we'll see how that looks. So I'm sort of looking at it there. It might be a little too rough. See, I'm looking at this, how you want, if that was a straight line, the light and the dark meeting, it would look like a mannequin, and it would be pretty upsetting to look at. I'll leave that at 1.3. And you can see, so even from a distance there, now that's starting to look like a more believable person. Okay? He's got sort of a red nose, he's been drinking, he's been partying. Well, not partying, it's sort of kind of sad drinking, isn't it? Okay. Alright. So what we'll do is we'll just do a comparison now. So that's the manual work that I've done on the skin, right? To make him look like a person. That's just manual. I did manual painting on his skin texture. If we use his default one, that sort of fuse will spit out, this is what he looks like. And I think that's awful. I think that's just horrible. That's uncanny, and it looks like this plastic mannequin. It's very gross. It doesn't look like it could be a real person. I think that's what causes a disconnect when you visually look at that and you go, okay, I'm playing a PS2 game, whatever. When you have something like that, I think you tend to connect with it better, and you worry less about, oh god, what horrible video game is this? Instead you look at it and think, oh shit, that's a dude, right? And then you just don't worry about it, I think is the point. Hey, Jason, how's it going? Good to see you. Oh, Awakening, let's see. You make pickled eggs. Hey, that sounds great. Fantastic. I'll try that. I make my pickled eggs the same way this old-timer on the 80s from Kansas, I think, makes them. He won a few pickled egg competitions. Hey! Okay. I know nothing about pickled eggs, but that sounds pretty good. Those sheets of skin out of context was the scariest thing ever. Yeah, how's it going? Good to see you, Jason. All right, so yeah, there we go. So if you missed it earlier, Jason, and anyone else that's hasn't seen it that joined in just recently, we have the 80s version of Wilma. So this is what she looks like. Wilma will be playable in the Guardians and Metal Exterminators for Switch. This is her new look, or her old look from the 80s. And again, Wilma first appeared in Gaiden Deathly Delusion Destroyers. So move her. We have Base Boulderfield, who again first appeared in Guardians and Metal Exterminators. So here is Base. He's keeping it real, man. Stay funky. That's what it's all about. So there's Base. We'll zoom on in there, why don't we? I might take a quick break and then grab myself a coffee. Okay, he's got these cool earrings here. He's got his shades, he's got a stash, he's got his sideburns. So there's Base. And this is the first time, in Patreon I'm sharing early looks at these characters. And now we have Iron. So this is Iron in the 80s. Let me go ahead and just animate him really quick. I think I need to grab a coffee now. Alright. So what we need to do is make sure that when we go to the rig, we go to humanoid. We'll go to animation. I don't need to import that. And then materials, we don't need Unity to generate them. Okay. And now, when we select Iron, we'll go ahead and just give him the default Guardians player animator, which is a pretty complex system anyway. And we'll go, let's see, neutral idle here. Hold on before I do that. Yeah. Okay. Neutral idle. And there we go. We've got our dude. So earlier in the stream, in case you missed it, we remastered the Metal Exterminators. I'll show you those here. Let's get Bull out of the way. He's getting pierced through the chest, isn't he? So here we have the 3DS Metal Exterminator here. This is the one from the 3DS, and earlier on stream we remastered it. We now have the HD high poly count Metal Exterminator, which you will see in Guardians and Metal Exterminators for the Nintendo Switch. We also have a new enemy called the Metal Exterminator Hardcore, and that is this guy back here. So let me go ahead and just move Iron Austin over here. This is our new enemy. I'll turn off the global lighting and you can have a closer look at it here. So this enemy's, I'm really excited about this enemy. We started creating this on stream the other day, and this enemy will has a sort of rolling behavior. So, if you were to appear in, for example, 3 Down Stars, you'd have to aim for the heart, and you'd have to shoot in between these. So as he's rolling around, he can be very difficult to fight, because the metal portions of his body will protect him. And you got to hit that heart. So what this is missing is the physics animated arteries and veins that'll be coming out of the heart section. As he's rolling around, it'll be physics animated, and you'll see them flopping around, spilling and squirting blood. So this is the new enemy that is coming to the Guardians and Metal Exterminators remaster for Nintendo Switch. Very excited about that enemy, because I was not sure how well it was going to turn out. I honestly wasn't sure, but I'm very happy with how it looks. I really like, the sort of the detail and the cracks and the veins and the way that it catches the light. I think it's going to be a very difficult enemy to deal with. Okay, so what I will do is I will take a quick break, and I will just leave this animation running here. Let's move him. Let's get him out of reach of the Metal Exterminators here. That's our remastered guy. I'm trying to rotate here. Hold on. Oh, right. I've moved the wrong bit there. Okay. I'll just run his animator while I grab a coffee. What animation here? Yeah. Whoa, he's beefy. Wow, now that you see him animated, shoot. What a beefcake. Okay, let's put his hat back on as well. Oops, I missed it. Whoa, what a beefcake. Dang, you see how his eye, now that I've manually added those corneas, they catch the light underneath the brim, how his hat casts a shadow on his face. If I didn't add those corneas, he wouldn't be able to catch the light that way. So I think going the extra mile is really worth it. And so, all right, here's Iron Austin for Guardians and Metal Exterminators. Hey, Zelda N64 fan, good to see you. I don't think I've ever asked this, but when did you first get into game development? Oof, probably the 8th grade. I probably was using things like RPG Maker. I think RPG Maker 98 was the first thing that I used. That's not real game development, is it? That's tinkering. I moved on. I was using a heap of different things. I moved on to Game Maker eventually, a heap of different things. I was coding in C++. I worked on Objective-C for Apple for a bit, and then I moved to Unity. So yeah, in terms of commercially, like my first commercial product was I think it may have been 2014 or 2016, something like that. But my first full completed game, I actually want to share this with you. I was going through an old computer the other day. The first full game that I've completed on my own from scratch is a game called Monster Pickle, which is a monster raising simulator. And it was made to run on Windows XP, and at some point, I was able to get it running on modern Windows machines, and I found it on an old machine that I was about to reformat. So what I'm going to do is, for the patrons, I'm actually going to share Monster Pickle, which is my very first game. I believe it's a 2003 game. I will be sharing Monster Pickle exclusively for the patrons on Patreon. So if you guys want to see my very first game that I ever made, that's a full complete game, you can play it for hours and hours, and there's a heap of different monsters you can get. I would put it in different folders so you can have multiple save files, because there's a bunch of different eggs that you can get. They can evolve into different monsters based on how you train them and raise them. I was a massive Digimon fan, wasn't I? Anyway, I'll be right back. Coffee time. Okay. Let's see. And I shall return post haste. Instant transmission. Oh, hey, I'm back. Hey, what's up? Alright, I'll turn the volume down a little bit on the music. Okay. RPG Maker and Middle School Gang. Yeah. We should get some t-shirts that say RPG Maker 98 or whatever. I'm all about 98 plus though, you know, them extra features. It was so great when 2000 came out. Wow, RPG Maker 2000. That was big. It was real big for me. Anyone else in the comment section used RPG Maker? That was cool. Zelda N64. I've really only messed with just visual scripting. I know very minimal when it comes to coding, and you know that's still that's a viable method of developing a game, especially if you're creating a genre where you have an assistive tool. So I consider RPG Maker an assistive tool. Because it's a full game engine, full game genre, and it's assisting you in creating your own game. So it's very assistive. Whereas Unity and Unreal are not assistive tools; they are full game engines, and you have to create your own frameworks and logic to make those games work. But yeah, even Unreal and Unity has its own aspect of visual scripting, so you don't have to do any coding. Game Maker relies on visual scripting, and it's viable. Yeah, totally. The problem is that it's not scalable, because once you need a more complex and robust product, that's when you find that visual scripting is not a good solution for that. we all just sit for a moment and enjoy our nice loose coffee. Crispy. Yeah, I used it, though I never could finish anything. LOL. It's tough finishing something, especially when you get all these different ideas, and it's fun. Even like finishing like in works in progress, you know, in RPG Maker forums. It was so cool playing people's games. You remember making a terrible Resident Evil game in it? Hey, that's awesome. I made a Team Rocket game. You grew up using RPG Maker XV Rashad Z. Awesome. XV Ace. Oh, that's a really good version. I hear people really like that one. I've not used XV Ace. I think the most recent one I've used was, I don't know. I was helping someone get started, you know, try game development, so I got them started on a version. I don't think it was, I don't know what version it was. It wasn't 2K3, certainly. Used to make a lot of games back in middle school and high school. Yeah, that's fun. It's just a fun way to spend time, and you get to hang out with your friends and show them something you made. And that's what it feels like I'm doing now, making Silver Falls games is now. It just feels like I'm hanging out with friends and making games for them, which I've been doing since middle school anyway. Jason, I have RPG Maker on 3DS and it's a lot of fun. I made part of a Silver Falls game with Soldier as the main character, but I haven't finished it yet. That's the curse of RPG Maker, though, isn't it? Is you tend to not finish things for some reason. Zelda N64 fan, that makes sense. It's pretty cool how accessible game making is becoming, even if it is with assistive tools or visual scripting. Yeah, absolutely. We're still getting really cool stuff. You know, people making some really fascinating things that you know, AAA studios wouldn't spend their time doing that. It's crazy to think that anyone can really make a Game Boy Color game with JB Studio. Yeah, that's fantastic. That just blows my mind. It's really mind-blowing. A lot of good games and horror RPGs were RPG Maker XP, but MV and MZ allowed for more export options like mobile and UWP. That's cool. Yeah, I used third-party solutions to get... so I made Frontier Fighters Mini in RPG Maker 2003, and I used third-party options so that people can play that on different devices, like the 3DS, the Vita, Anbernic devices, and the sort of Dingu Linux-based dudes. So yeah, let me see here. Let me see what we've got going on. So far today, we've created the 80s version of Iron Austin. We've remastered our Metal Exterminators, so we have our cool metal guys. I'll turn off global lighting, we'll have a better look at them. We have the 3DS Metal Exterminator here. Now we have the Switch Metal Exterminator. We deployed our new enemy, which we started sculpting the other day on stream. We have the Hardcore is now in engine, so I'm pretty excited to get this guy. On the next stream, we'll probably be playtesting a bit, and we'll have these new enemies deployed, so I'm very much looking forward to that. Iron Austin will be playable, but he'll be available through CodeLinker. And again, in case anyone missed it, let me go ahead and bring that up again. Let's see here. What have I got? Oh, you know what? I think I've closed it. I may have closed it. So this is not an official announcement. I've only shared this a couple times, but this is an upcoming Silver Falls game. It is a ranch and farming simulator, and Iron Austin will feature quite heavily in this game. In Golden Ridge Ranch, players will play as a unnamed character from out of town, and that character is taking over Golden Ridge Ranch and trying to turn it into a successful business. So you get to raise crops, raise animals, and interact and spend time with people, with the characters in Silver Falls. You'll be spending a lot of time with Iron Austin since he owns the ranch. And that will be the CodeLinker content. So you connect Golden Ridge Ranch with Guardians and Metal Exterminators on Nintendo Switch, and you'll get Iron Austin. I really like the angular look for the 3DS version. Yeah, you know, well, it worked. It worked for the platform. It was performant enough, but oh boy, that is rough. I would like a family of enemies that has that sort of crystalline look, that has like um, like a like a whoa, I'm drawing a blank. I just drew a blank. I'm trying to remember all my quartz. I wanted to have like a quartz look to, like an organic quartz. That's something I've kind of been thinking of for a future family of enemies as well. So, yeah. Anyway, yeah. Zelda N64 fan. Now you're speaking my language. In terms of what? I missed it. What are we talking about? So yeah, I'm really happy with how that turned out. Man, what a cool Stark look he's got, huh? Alright. Anyway, that's iron. Let's go ahead and let me just have a quick look at my development notes here. One moment, if you please. See my development notes. Oh, we were going to upscale and remaster another enemy. I wonder who else we have in here. There's going to be quite a few new playable cryptids, and quite a few new playable characters as well. So, what other cryptids can we put in remaster? Maladaption. Wrong keyboard. I got a lot of keyboards here, don't I? Let me just... Oh, did this guy not make it in? Let me see. Oh no, surely. I'm wrong keyboard again. Let me have a look here. Did I put this guy in? Is he in? Oh no. Did I put him in here? Okay, this is an enemy that got cut. There we go. That's what I'm thinking of. This enemy did not make it in. I think I couldn't make it work. Let's see here. Oh, that enemy didn't make it in either. There's a lot of spoilery stuff that's just off screen. You guys won't believe all the spoilery stuff that's missing here. Hold on. This... Okay. Yeah, okay. Because there's something wrong with this model. It kept crashing the 3DS. It didn't matter if I was trying to... I was trying to get this guy in Ruby River. He was supposed to be in Ruby River, and he kept crashing the console. He was crashing hardware. And then I also wanted him to be Code Linker content for Ruby River. But he crashed hardware. I couldn't figure out why. I didn't have time to fix it. So he was cut. And I totally forgot that he was cut from content. So there we go. But he is an enemy that appears in Deathly Delusion Destroyers, because those graphics are all pre-rendered sprites. So that's fine. So right now he's exclusive to 3Ds. Let me see here. Oh, it's Toothpick. Cool. So I'm just gonna move that over here. People seem to like him. This was Code Linker content. Let's see here. All right, let's remaster another enemy. Let's see, who do we got? We got this guy. We got this guy. We got this guy. Exterminator. That didn't turn out too bad, honestly, all things considered. Oh, yeah. Okay, so he's from White Inside It's Umbra. Oh, that's from White Inside It's Umbra. That was... Oh, okay. Oh. I think he was from something. There's a lot There's a lot of cut content in here, isn't there? I'll show you this guy. No, no. He's from episode Prelude. Oh, let's see here. Actually, we'll do that. This will be a fun comparison here. Right. Oh, man. Check out how low quality this guy is. Okay, I finally decided. Oh, Gino's A wants to see Toothpick. All right. Okay. Okay. We'll do this guy after. We'll do Toothpick first. Okay, so Toothpick that's a nickname that he's referred to in the character selection menu. That's not his real name anyway. But he's an enemy that downscaled to a lower quality much more gracefully than the Metal Exterminators, because the Metal Exterminators is much more detailed, and there was a much higher poly count on the Metal Exterminator, so it was difficult to work with that. Alright, so what we'll do is Toothpick, we'll duplicate him, right? And then let's see if past Jerrel left the high quality assets in here or not. Zoom on in there, okay? Inspector. Oh, past me. Wow, thanks. Past me even left the HD material in there. Ah, nice desu. Good job desu ne. Wow, I hope that's not offensive. I don't know why I said it. I don't know why I did that. Okay, so that's okay. He's already 6,000 triangles for the low poly count version, and the high poly count version is 14,000. I'm gonna chuck it on there anyway, just to see this. He downscaled very nicely, but also I didn't reduce it to something, I didn't reduce it as much as the Metal Exterminators. So what we'll do is we're gonna go ahead and put that HD, so you'll see a change now, but it's not gonna be that significant, honestly. See? So it's a much higher poly count. It would make sense if this was the kind of game where you get close to this enemy. I'll just show you what he looks like up close, because we never really get a chance to look at him up close. But man, I'm looking at it, and I'm kind of thinking, this thing's sort of upsetting to look at, Ugh. I think also I wanted these physics animated. These are rigged with bones, so what I will be doing is I'll be applying physics animation to them. Wow, you look at his back, I do want the high poly count version. Now that I'm looking at it, because I look at the low poly count version there, and I look at the high poly count, and I'm thinking, yeah, I'll keep that. Gee whiz, this guy's really detailed. I made a really detailed cryptid here. All right, we did it. We remastered him. Let's just check that he is. Hold on. Oh, hold on. Looking good. Looking good here. Nice. That was pretty easy because the past version of Jerrel actually left the assets in there, knowing that people may want the game remastered with high quality assets. So that was an easy one. Past me made that a pretty easy job. So what we'll do now is our lovely friend over here. Let's go ahead and remaster this guy. And again, I hopefully have left the episode Prelude assets in the game project folder, because if I've left the episode Prelude assets, I should be able to just drag and drop. So let's go ahead and see what past Jerrel has left for future Jerrel. He's rough, take a look at them. Wow, that's gnarly. Okay. So, let's see, I have 6,000 triangles, 21,000 triangles. I think that's the one that I want. So we should see a difference in just a moment, just now. Let's see, 21,000 triangles. Okay, it's a bit better. And what we'll do is look for that material, if I have the material in there. Let's see. No? Okay, so it looks like I don't have them. I'm going to have to grab them from episode Prelude. So, just a moment here. 250. Oh, hold on. 248. I'm not seeing the other asset files, so I'll go ahead and open up episode Prelude here. 1 second while I grab assets from my other. Okay, here we go. The farming sim style game. Oh yeah, I'm a big Harvest Moon guy. I love Harvest Moon. I love that kind of game. Unfortunately, I have a self-ban on those kind of games because I play them. I would play them too much if I were to play them. So I haven't played one of those games in a very long time. If I were to start playing like a Harvest Moon, I would go for a while and not stop. That's the problem. Okay, let me get my creatures here. Alright, Silver Falls. And it's funny because some of the actually even the Silver Falls characters, their names change during development, and then the cryptids, their names sometimes change during development. Wow, I just realized what this camera angle looks like. I'm just gonna move. That looked pretty suspect. Oops, pretty suspect. That was not intentional. All right, I'm just grabbing the assets from episode Prelude. Yeah, Toothpick is great. It looks like the second to the last form of Majora, only without the mask. Have you seen the movie The Crow? I have. Yes, Crispy, I have. That's sad. It's one of those movies that where if you know the story behind the development of it, it's sad to watch. It's tough. Farming sims like that are really engrossing. Yeah, and it's fun to just get lost in it for a while. It'd be nice if you could put like a timer in there and say, okay, just send me an alert after a certain amount of time and let me know that I've played too much of this. Okay. I think I found the assets I'm looking for. Okay. Let me go ahead and get these assets here. Alright, I'm just going to copy and pasta now. Okay. Copy pasta. Yeah. Yeah. So there's a number of characters. They're even their textures and their 3D models actually have the wrong name on them. Some enemies, in development have the wrong name on them, and I've just remembered it's the wrong name. And it's kind of funny, like when we sort of like when people sort of hack into games so they can see like unused content and whatnot, they often find file names don't match up with the content in the game. And I think it's I get it now because often during development things just change. Things like over time. Your writing can change. Over time, relationships change, and people aren't the same people they used to be. But you learn to adapt, and you live with it. All right, let's go ahead, and I'm just going to create a new material for this guy. Okay, those are in. Okay, so this is cathartic here. Let's go ahead and remaster this guy right now. You, my friend, shall be remastered. Okay, so first we're going to go to standard here. Okay, so now we have a physically based shader that can accept light and reflections. Okay, First we're going HD, so he's HD, higher resolution now. And he's going to end up looking this very similar to his episode prelude look, okay? We'll get our normals. I'm pretty sure these are the right ones as well. Fix now. I'm not sure why it looks like that. Okay, that looks correct to me. Normal. What's up with that? I'm not sure if I'm even using the right files here now that I'm looking at it. There were so many files in there, there were a couple rough drafts. That may be correct. Okay, what about our occlusion? There we go. There we go. There's our friend. Hi, friend. Yeah, that's looking good. There we go. And I think I'd add some other processing in there as well. There we go. I think this is slightly lower poly count than episode prelude because more of these can appear on screen. So here we go. We have our remastered friend here. And we have our 3DS original just here. There we go. So side by side, we have the 3DS version. It's pretty rough looking versus. I'm getting cramped here. We gotta move some people. There we go. So that's the difference there. 3DS and Nintendo Switch. Zelda N64 fan. I like the game. Littlewood, similar to Stardew Valley, but everything feels much more bite-sized, easier to pick up and put down. Yeah, that I can get behind that. I understand that, and especially if you have a job where that's quite time-consuming and you need a game where you can play it in small bits and pieces at a time. Never once you would think monsters get a story. Huh. What's that? What's that in relation to? Okay. Oh no! Oh wow! I didn't do that. I did not do that on purpose. That is, I was just putting them in an environment that is not. I didn't mean for that to look like anything. Okay, so I meant to open my development notes. Let's just go ahead and have a quick look at my development notes real quick, and I'll see what task needs them. We'll probably wrap up here in about half an hour, 40 minutes or so. Krunkus, it's a Silver Falls Rat Raptor. Oh wait, it's those dog things. Yeah, from episode Prelude. Yeah. Okay. I don't know. 20 points will go to whoever can tell me which enemy is the absolute rarest and hardest to encounter and most exclusive enemy throughout the whole series so far. It's so vague. I don't think anyone's actually going to get it because it's so subtle and weird. It would be the least seen, least common, most weird and difficult. Not difficult, but like most rare and uncommon to encounter. Radioactive rabbit. That's close. That's very close. But they tend to show up pretty often. They're all throughout. In 3 Down Stars, you'll get them in Frontier Hunters. You'll get them in the story mode. The enemy that I'm talking about doesn't even appear in a story mode. The enemy within ourselves. Ooh, wow. Wow. You're going to get 10 points. Crispy gets 10 points because that's actually a good answer. The giant crow. No, because that's pretty... That's close. That's close. That's close. But again, yeah. The mechanic. Is the mechanic an enemy, though? Because you can get the crow to show up anytime. You know, you take the mission, in Frontier Fighters, and you can get the crow to appear in time. And there are multiple missions with giant crows as well. The enemy that I'm talking about only appears in one very specific environment. Let's see. Checking my notes here. What have we got? Okay, so I am looking at... Here we go. Okay, this will be fun. We'll work on this for a little bit, and then we'll wrap up the stream. Metal Exterminators. Okay, so I'll share the answer with you. Damn, the radioactive cougar. No, because the cougar can appear pretty often. The least common enemy that's the hardest to encounter and least likely to encounter throughout the whole series only appears in episode Prelude. So now, has anyone have any ideas now? If he only appears, the yellow invisibility enemy. He's pretty common. Honestly, he's pretty common in White Inside its Umbra. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm closing out of Unity now so I don't drink up all my RAMs. Here we go. Midnight Falcons. Ooh, the Midnight Falcon's kind of a cool name for an enemy, too, actually. Alright, so let's gonna open this. I've done the wrong keyboard again, haven't I? Okay, so the answer for the least common and you're least likely to encounter enemy throughout the entire series is a radioactive rat, which is in episode Prelude, and you can only encounter it when you are playing battle mode on Million's garage, and that's during the daytime. And sometimes there's no guarantee that that enemy has a particular spawning pattern. He just randomly will appear sometimes, and it is a radioactive rat that will drop a radioactive pile of gunk on the ground, and if you touch it, it can poison you. I was going to guess that after you said the rabbit was close. Yeah, it was close. There we go. Yeah, you don't remember the rat you encountered, the jaguar or tiger and the wolves. Yeah, it's such a small enemy as well, so it's kind of hard to keep track of it because there's always other things happening, and the rat doesn't even spawn that often as well. Okay, so this is a huge spoiler, and I cannot tell you where the code linker data comes from, as that would be too spoilery now at this point. So yeah, how many endings are there in episode Prelude? There's only there's really only the short ending, where if you just ignore Million completely, it's a short ending, and then I think there's three then. There's a short ending, there's an ending where you go speak to Million at his garage, and I'd have to double check, I think you have to take his gun. And then if you take his gun, then you get to go to the mountain area, and then you can get the full ending. If you don't take his gun, then the story ends and you don't get to the mountain area. So there we go. So this is Bran Steelhide, and I will now be making an 80s version. I keep using the wrong keyboard. I need to grab that other keyboard, honestly. Bran Steelhide 80s. Okay, so Bran Steelhide will appear in Guardians and Metal Exterminators S for the Nintendo Switch, and I gotta be careful with what I say. I don't want to spoil it. So what I'm doing right now is making a younger version of the character. So we have a starting point here, and we'll wrap up shortly after I sort of get this kind of finalized. Let's see here. So what we're going to do is we'll use that age slider, get some of them wrinkles out. So this is the 80s. So again, I'm going to consider this is a man who, this is the late 80s, so he's already had, he's enjoyed a full career, and he enjoys feeling admired and worshipped from the entire world. So he's a successful musician. I think at this point he's probably only had 2 divorces so far, so it's not that bad. You know, it's only the 2. So let's go ahead and start modifying the character. So similar to how we did with Iron, I'm going to employ some anatomy here. So to start out with, we're just going to soften those cheeks a bit. So you see the cheekbones are quite wide. What we're going to do is bring those cheekbones in just a little bit. The cheeks go back. We'll bring them back just a little more. And you see he's sort of a little thin on the cheeks there. We're going to fill those out a little bit because he's a younger, healthier man. He's probably eating more. And we might get rid of the beard, actually. We might get rid of the beard, just give him some stubble. It's the 80s. I'm kind of thinking of some musicians from back then, what their look was versus later in life, because he's rocking this full beard, which is pretty cool. I think we might just leave him with the stubble there, and we might thin out the mustache a little bit. We'll see, but I don't want a similar mustache to the other characters. All right. We might soften that jawline a little bit as well. So his eyes are looking tired. What we want to do is make the eyes just look less tired here. So where we have angled out, we'll just angle them in a little bit, and then we'll have them open a bit more. The brows, we're going to soften those as well. So brows up a little, and the brows outer, how they're down, will go up a bit, and the brows, let's see, flat, we're going to round them out just a little bit. Okay? Something that helps characters look younger as well, especially, is the nose. Generally, as you grow older, your nose gets bigger. So what we'll do is we'll just make that smaller a bit. So I'm just going to duck out of the way here. Make the nose just a little more narrow. Let's see, nostrils, nose tip. Let's see, nose down, up. Where's my nose tip? Big. So we'll make that nose tip just a bit smaller like that. Nostrils, let's see, what do we got? Nostrils, small, big. We're going to make the nostrils just a little smaller. And then in terms of nose down, up, we'll bring that nose up just a little bit. Nose down, up. Okay. And there we go. I don't want to overdo it. I think that's fine. Let's see. And nose septum, nose forward, backward, tip pointed long, rotate left, right, angled up and down. I think I'll just angle that up just a little bit more. There we go. Okay, yeah, that's looking all right. And then your ears are also, they sort of, in proportion, they kind of grow bigger as you get older. So I'm going to go ahead and just shrink those ears down a little bit. You see they pulled up, so I'm going to bring those ears down now just a bit to match a sort of previous anatomy. There we go. I'm going to strengthen his lower jaw a little bit. Actually, no, let me think. I'm going to bring that in a little. Jaw, rear, narrow. Let's bring that in just a little. And his neck, we're going to strengthen that up a little bit, make him just a little bit more muscular. So let's go ahead and muscular and thick. All right, and that's starting to look like a younger brand Steelhide already. Let's go ahead and go back to our texture now. Still, that texture makes him look just a little old, so we're going to go ahead and bring that in. All right, and there we go. I think that'll do it. Actually, something else to consider as well. I didn't really worry about this with Iron because he has that nice, thick, beautiful mustache. What we're going to do here is give some more volume to his lips. Generally, as you get older, maybe your lips lose that volume and they become a bit more thin. So his lips, I'm just going to strengthen them a little bit. So mouth small, big. Lower lip small, big. I'm just going to go big, but narrow. Upper lip small, big. Narrow. Okay, now let's go ahead and work on this mustache a bit. So I want to differentiate that from the other characters just a bit. So I'm just going to straighten that out a little bit. And this is, at this point, I guess I'm responding less to the chat. This is a step where I do really actually need to focus and not mess things up. And again, be very careful with the sculpting tool, because you can destroy your model here. If you end up touching the character itself with the sculpting tool, you can corrupt your entire character. And Fuse does not play well. So this is an issue Fuse has as well. Sometimes you just can't even grab the geometry that you're trying to grab, and it's really just a nightmare trying to modify the actual geometry that you need. So unfortunately, it's unfortunate that Adobe killed this program because it had so much potential, and unfortunately I built my entire workflow around it in my universal character format. I'm going to go inside the body here, see if I can grab the mustache from here. Nope, doesn't look like it. Alright, so I might just have to start fresh. I'm going to start fresh. It's not letting me grab the mustache, which is very frustrating. So I'll go to my mustaches here. I'm going to borrow a mustache from someone else. Maybe we'll start with Bull's. Oh, let's see. I'm kind of thinking of a flat mustache here. Hold on. We got Hogan's handlebar. Hold on. We got. Let's start with this one. We'll go with that one. What we'll do is I want to grab the whole thing here. Grab the whole thing and bring it up. If it's anything that I want Silver Falls to be known for, it's good mustache taste, you know. I want people to understand that Silver Falls characters have good taste in mustache. I'm not sure if I actually like that as a starting point. I started with round nose for irons. Who is this? I might just start with round nose again, actually. That was a pretty... round nose got a good stash. Okay. Let's go ahead and bring that down. And I'll respond to the chat after I get past this vital part, but I do really have to pay attention to what I'm doing here. So I'm kind of thinking, like, I want like an 80s thing going on, right? But what we're going to do is we're going to bring it out. It's going to go back and out a fair bit. I'm kind of thinking that'd be a neat look, right? Yeah, we'll bring it out, and we'll bring it back. Okay, but now that middle section, I'm going to have to bring that middle section out again, so I'm going to reduce my brush size here. Too small. There we go. I need to make sure that the geometry does attach correctly to the face as well. You don't want that hover stash, as they call it in the business, is you know, it's bad art is what it is. So you don't want hover stash in there. So you're going to make sure your stash does attach to the face properly. Okay. And that seems to be receding into the face a little bit. Let's go ahead and fix that up. Smaller brush here. Always want to be really careful when you're working close to your character there, because you could end up damaging the character mesh. So let's not do that. Okay, we'll bring that down a little bit. I don't really want it to sag down beneath like that, so let's go ahead and just bring it up like that. You might have to tuck that in there just to get the look. That's the look that I'm going for, I think. It needs to be kind of, it needs to have an air of confidence and also arrogance. This is a man who is, he's a pretty famous celebrity. He's one of the biggest musicians in the world at this time. So he's pretty arrogant. So I think you would have sort of a mustache kind of like this, wouldn't you? I think it's a little crooked. Turn off symmetry here. Yeah. Okay, and it's going to look better in engine, of course. It never really looks right here in Fuse, but in engine it'll look fine. Okay. So I need to consider his hair color now. I'm kind of thinking like it's sort of a... It's meant to be sort of like a dark brown sort of a thing, you know? Okay, I'm thinking that's good. Okay, and in terms of detail here, I might have to turn that up. So streaks, visibility, lightness. Saturation, bring that down a bit. I think luminosity. Okay. Let's get just a little bit more color back into it. And of course, these are all things that I can adjust outside of Fuse as well. This is just sort of a placeholder anyway. Let's go ahead and copy that. Let me consider. I'm not sure if I want to maintain this core hairstyle. I think overall he would maintain pretty consistent with his hairstyle because he's kind of like, he's that kind of arrogant sort of thing. Why change, you know? He already thinks he's pretty good looking anyway. So let's go ahead. Something about that particular color for the hair. Anyway, it looks better in engine. I know for a fact it looks right in engine. Here in Fuse, it's not quite right. I don't know why it has those dark streaks in there, but we'll sort it out. It's not a big deal. Okay, so what I will do is now get to my sculpt. Oh, see, we'll need to fix the hair now because you can see underneath, right? So you click on facial hair. Let's see. We want that darker. Let's just pick this brown for now. Click that one. How's that look? Too dark. Much too dark. Yep. Put that in the custom colors. The beards. This one may need a bit more work. Alright, I'll catch up to the chat in just a second here. And we need the... no, it doesn't really matter. It's not that important. That one is sort of the color underneath the mustache. Hair. This is what we see underneath as well. That's quite important. We'll make that just a little darker. Okay, so now it should have a more cohesive look. Like that. Okay, let's start sculpting his hair and then we can get to his clothes. I might actually just do the hair later. We'll see, because it's... I would want to lengthen the hair a bit. So we'll just do this. We'll just do it a little bit. And then we'll see what we do afterwards. So I'm going to grab that hair. I'm just going to do like a Super Saiyan 4 sort of thing, right? Which is what hairstylists call it. I didn't make that up. That's like a technical thing, right? Oh, you know what? I'm really starting to feel it. Now that I've done just that little bit, I'm starting to feel that. I feel the 80s coming back. The hair's a little longer now. I'm feeling the 80s coming back. Here we go. Alright, I'm feeling it. Hey, we're getting there. Guys, I think that really sells it, doesn't it? Just that little bit right there really sells that hairstyle. What we're going to do is we're going to drag that out just a bit more. Yeah, that really... Honestly, I wasn't sure how this was going to turn out, but that really brings you back to the 80s, doesn't it? You know what it needs to be? Bigger. Taller and bigger. This is the 80s, man. This is a rock star. He's at the height of his game. Let me bring that. Get that brush bigger. Rock and roll, baby. Yeah, I'm feeling it all of a sudden. It's funny how we made such little changes to the overall sculpt. And already it's like, whew, what kind of mullet is that, dude? Nice 80s mullet. Okay. Dang. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Alright, I feel it. I'm feeling it. I can come back and fine-tune that a little bit later, but as it stands, nice. Nice. Obviously, I need to adjust these cards so that you can't see through the hair. But this hair is double-sided anyway, so it's not a big deal. So I'm really feeling that. I'm just going to flare it out here a little bit. Sort of get like a Bee Gees thing going on, maybe. How deep is your love, you know? I'm really feeling that. Wow. What do you guys think? Is that looking like he's gone back to the 80s for you? Alright, we got to get him some different clothes here. Let's go ahead. Yeah, I'm feeling it. Let's save. Alright. I'm gonna catch up to the chat here for a second. Okay. Crunkus, so you got the full ending first try? Nice. Nice one. That means you're a good person. Episode Prelude is actually like a good person test, whether or not you will respond to Million and whether or not you take his gun from him or not. Yeah, it's just an organic test to see if you're a good person or not. I guess you're a good person, huh? You think of making a Silver Falls game with a good and evil mechanic? Do you mean good and evil mechanic like a Star Wars light side dark side thing, or a good and evil mechanic like there are two the mechanics and one's good and one is evil? Is that what you're asking? Okay, so here's the thing, right? This is kind of like a signature look for Brand, but I think just to make it interesting, you know, I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna remember that shade of blue. I need something boisterous, you know, but relaxed. You know, something that's like I don't have to prove myself to anybody kind of situation. What have we got here? This is a situation where I would really like to sculpt a new shirt. Ooh, I think I might call it here because I want like a low cut, a stupid low cut V-neck shirt, like an arrogant rock star would wear, and I think I may do that actually. Yeah, because this is all stuff that exists in my database. Some stuff I've made, most of it is stuff that's sort of built in. This is a situation where I will do my own shirt. Okay, the pants. I think I'm gonna go to his signature color here. So he has this dark blue. That's one of his signature colors. I'm gonna copy that color. Oh, you know what? It's the 80s. I'm gonna give him some leather pants. Yeah, it's the 80s, baby. Okay. I think I'm gonna. Here's the thing, right? From a development standpoint, I have no reason to change that sculpt, that mesh, because I like the way it fits, right? But also it kind of shows that he hasn't really changed his pants over the years. Like he's still wearing the same style of pants, so that's a sort of visual callback I would like to keep. So I'm gonna leave the mesh the same. What I'm gonna do is tighten it around the bottom, and I'm gonna change his shoes, of course. I'm gonna give him this really. Oh yeah, look at that fine leather pant. Okay, let's go ahead and paste that. We're gonna reduce the wearing now. Hold on. Remember roughness, intensity. I'm gonna cut down on the sharpness a bit. Yeah, nice. That's looking hilarious. Or just a choice-making mechanic in general. Who knows? Who knows? I don't have anything planned like that, like a light versus dark sort of mechanic. In general, I don't personally connect with those kind of mechanics in game very much. It's just not something I really think about so much. We got to get him some loud shoes here. What do we got? What can we do? See, but now that his pants are his signature blue, I'm going to have to give him black shoes now. So let's go ahead and find some shoes for him. Something, you know. It's not. He's not a big shoe guy. So you know what? Let's give him these Oxfords. Yeah, we'll make those black. Let's go with this sort of... yeah. There we go. That'll do it. Age. Make them pretty shiny so they stand out. That's too shiny, isn't it? That's too shiny. Can he have a POG collection? What does that mean? Are you talking about Pogs from the 90s? You want a Pog collection? Sure. Yeah, you can have a Pog collection. No one's stopping you. I can't even remember the last time I've seen a Pog. I'm trying to remember. Let's make these metal. You lost your life's fortune in a game of Pogs. You shouldn't take things like that lightly. I mean, you should take that as a life lesson. Pogs are serious, man. You don't mess around when it comes to Pogs. And unfortunately, you know, sometimes you lose. And I think you're never really meant to win at a game of Pogs. I think when it comes to Pogs, everyone loses. I don't know if I've ever even had fun playing Pogs. I have played Pogs, but I can't remember thinking they were any fun. Fuse is not letting me grab Brand's pants. I just want to... There we go. I just need to grab it. Once you grab it... Yeah, let me grab it, please. I just need to grab it. Otherwise, you're going to end up modifying his body mesh, which will, of course, corrupt your character. Come on, Fuse, please. Okay, thank you. Alright, we need an 80s-ify, retrofy. We need a retrofy, retrograde? We need to retrofy these pants. What we're going to do is just tighten them up on the bottom, and we're going to high water them a little bit here. And that's going to give you your sort of signature 80s look. There you go, that seems more like it. We need to bring them in on the sides as well. There you go. That seems more 80s. Might tighten them up a little bit more later on, but I think I'm going to call it for now. That's okay for now. Shoot, I don't know if I have that software set up, but I do need to make him a stupid V-neck low-cut shirt. Okay, so this is looking pretty good so far. That mop really sells it. Wow. I had a really good slammer, or so I thought. You can kind of cheat, right? Because you can keep your thumb on the slammer as you hit him, and if you hit him at just the right angle, you'll flip the whole pile. So really, it's Pogs is not about having fun; it's about cheating. Okay, so I'm gonna click on this. Let's see what this says. Sort this out. Hold on. 2 seconds. We'll see if I can make this work here. I may have to come back another time because I can't seem to get this. Where's my stuff? something here. Which computer I had this installed on. Might have to come back to this actually. Anyway, I'm just gonna run a search here. I'm looking for something, and I think we may have to come back to that at some point here. So I think, what time is it? Alright, I think we might wrap up the stream pretty soon here. Let me see if I can just find this file here. I know I'd like to get this started, but I really need to make this guy a really stupid low-cut V-neck shirt here. Alright. There's sort of a minor choice system in 3 Down Stars, saving Annie or not, preventing Hogan's drowning, etc. I imagine it could be fleshed out in Remake where there's no hardware, software limitations. Yeah, it was meant to show you that your decisions have repercussions, and that I don't want to spoil anything anyway, but you know, in order to get what you really want, you have to do the right thing. So, I mean, it wasn't really a good and bad system. It was more like a bad... If you want a particular outcome, you have to keep trying until you figure out the right thing to do. Which was more a storytelling mechanic more so than a choice mechanic, really. So, just searching my computer for something. I really need to sculpt this guy a really dumb shirt. You had a masterpiece slammer. Thing was basically cheating. Heavy plastic cap with a heavy rubber back, 2 fingertip grooves for perfect grip. That's cheating, which is Pogs in a nutshell. I ripped through stacks. Yeah, that's... Boy, I'm glad Pogs are gone because that was awful. They were terrible. Someone could just take your entire stack of Pogs. Yeah, I'm not seeing this. Let's see, what do I see here? Let's see. Oh, I didn't want anti-aliasing. Anyway. Imagine sinking your entire life savings into an epic Pog collection. Well, then you are living life on the edge, my friend, and you better be ready to win it all or lose it all. Hey, oh, you know what I really like? Okay, hold on. Let's do some soothing music for a bit. Okay, hold on. So I'm gonna put this on screen here. Hold on. I wonder if I can sort of can I detach that? Okay, I just need to make him a stupid shirt, right? I need to open one of my recent projects here. What do I got? Okay. Um, all right. Pushing the wrong keyboard. I just need like a low cut shirt, right? Am I right? Sorry, things are getting quite quiet here as I'm really focused trying to get this working, aren't I? Okay, let's go ahead and close that. Let's see here. Oh, I think I found it. Hold on. So we got, check it. Rugged, rugged. Here we go. I just need to open that. There we go. Can't I just open that? Huh. I don't know where my recent files are. That's the thing. No, please close out of that Photoshop. I'm trying to open my recent ones. Recent. And it's not showing up, which is not helping me. Okay, so I'm trying to open my projects, but I'm not seeing them. Okay. This is going to make it a little challenging. I had these set up before, and I'm not seeing them, so I'm just going to ask my computer to try and find them now. So apologies that it's gotten quiet. This is what happens when you're trying to do actual game development and you're live streaming at the same time. It CPRJ. Okay. ZPRJ. I'm gonna open my projects here and try and find them. I really need my clothes here. No, that's not correct. Okay. D down. Okay, let's try and open that. D. Loading avatar. If this has the avatar, that's good enough. Okay, that's fine. It just crashed, but that's okay. No thanks, no thanks. Okay, so I may need to come back to this at some point, because now I actually have to do some real work that I have to focus on, and I think that's going to be very boring for the stream here. Now, Ludonites, hey, how's it going? Look, Ludonites, I'll get you caught up on what we're doing here. I'll just show you what's going on. We've been making younger versions of characters. Right now we're making an 80s version of Brand Steelhide. We made an 80s version of Iron Austin. We've been upscaling and remastering characters. I'm going to try and open this again. But we seem to be crashing. I think that'll crash again. If I try to open that, I think it's going to crash. Yes, this will crash. That will crash. So, let's see here. I suppose to wrap things up, I'll just open our project file again, and I'll get you caught up on what we've been working on. So that's just going to crash. I can't seem to find where my project files are for creating those. I'm going to have one more try here. Trying to find Ox's boiler suit or anything. Come on, give me something here. Alright, we're going to open Unity, and I'll just do a recap of what we're working on. So you hear Bull Brandish has a son. Have we seen him yet? Whoa, where did you hear that from? Where's that? That's news to me. That's some really interesting fan fiction. Okay, it's going pretty good. I'm the local BA. I live life on the edge, and everyone comes to me for advice, but my advice is too gnarly. Is that because you're so good at pogs? Is that why, how you've earned your your reputation? It's all fun and games until you see me and my crew with our epic slammers. Can you imagine like a crew, like a pog crew? They're like, yo, and then they sort of like, you know how like the card dealers will do that with the cards? What if they go like that? Well, with pogs, you know? Can you imagine what a flex it would be to like slam someone's pile? You take their stack of pogs and you do like a 52 pickup, and you just go like, and you drop them. You don't even want their pogs. You've won them. You just thrown them all over the floor. They're dirty now, and you've just thrown this person's pogs back in their face, and you're just kind of like, come on, crew, let's bounce. And then you're out of there. Like, whew, you'd be a tough customer. Anyway, we're remastering the graphics here. So we have that fella. For anyone that missed it earlier, oh, where did our Metal Exterminator go? There we go. We have our remastered Metal Exterminator for Guardians and Metal Exterminators. This is our Metal Exterminator. You can see that's the Switch version in the remaster. We have the 3DS one sitting back here, and he's very blocky. That 3DS asset over there. We have Toothpick. You know, the 3DS one actually downscaled very nicely, so that's quite a good one. Where'd our remastered Toothpick go? I'm actually having a very hard time seeing with these shades on. These are very difficult to see in. Okay, here's our remastered one. You can see that the details in his danglers. Those will be physics animated. You know, you can see the bumps in his skin. You can see his sort of spinal column and his ribs. What a fun boy. So there's Toothpick. And we have our new cryptid, which we started sculpting a couple days ago. I finished it. We've brought him in engine. This is hardcore. You won't be able to damage him while he's protecting himself with these metal parts of his body. Whereas in Guardians and Metal Exterminators, he's treated just like any other enemy. But in other games, when he appears as an enemy in Silver Falls, you'll have to shoot in between the metal parts in order to hit that heart to damage him, so you won't be able to see it. But I'm thinking when he's in motion, you know, I think it's going to look really cool when he's in motion. And this is really what I had in mind. This here is this sort of movement. And I was envisioning it, and I was thinking, man, I don't know if that's going to look intimidating or cool. I didn't even know what it was going to look like. So seeing it in motion, I'm really content with how this turned out. I think this is quite a neat design. It's visually interesting, and it's quite different than all the other cryptids. So I'm very content with how this turned out. I'm glad that I was able to share it with you. We've also added a new character, Luna Knights. You missed it. So Iron Austin will be added to Guardians and Metal Exterminators for the Switch version, and this is his 80s look. So we've seen him in modern day. Here he is in the 80s. I need that shirt to be more pink. That's kind of purple. I'm not sure why it turned out that way, but I'm going to put a design. It'll be a pattern on it. That'll be an 80s pattern. Let's see here. We have, we have Base Boulderfield with his 80s look. So we've seen him in modern day in Gaiden Deathly Delusion Destroyers. So here's Base Boulderfield in the 80s. He's got these cool earrings up there. He's got these cool shades, neat shirt, these hot leather pants, you know, very shiny leather pants. And then we have Wilma Wondersky from Gaiden 3Ds as well. This is her 80s look. Let's go ahead and have a look at Wilma. Her hair is closer. It's like a tighter fit to her hair, but she still has the braid in the back. She's got this really neat, I like the punchy colors on her waistcoat. I really like that color scheme. She's got these bracelets, that sort of the yellow and the blue that sort of go along with her vest. Her earrings match her vest in terms of the color scheme. She's got these rope armband and rope bracelets, and I thought this was just such a great look for her. And that'll be I meant to put a quiver. I think it's supposed to be on the other side there. So anyway, I'm really happy with how these characters are turning out so far. And right now we're working on Brand Steelhide. I'm just trying to find my project files here. Still haven't seen a one, which is kind of strange. So what I'll be doing with Brand Steelhide is I'll have to do this off stream because we're going to wrap up pretty soon. I'll grab myself some lunch, but he's a rock star. It's the late 80s, so I'm going to make him this really stupid low-cut V-neck stupid shirt. It's going to be so dumb. It'll have dumb sleeves on it. It's just too audacious. It's arrogant is what it is. So we'll try that, and we'll see how it turns out. Okay, so I think we'll wrap up the stream here. Take care, everyone. I'm looking for my project files here. I can't seem to find the project files, so I'll have to keep looking because I have a setup and some templates here. Not sure where they went. I'm not sure if I had this installed on other computers as well. I often have, like, when I buy software, I have licensing issues, and it's just irritating, and I go back and forth. And it's like, for example, like I've had issues with Premiere, that I've paid for Premiere for editing on a computer, and I can't get it to work properly. I can't get it to register and install and work. I can't get my licenses registered. And then sometimes there's a number of situations where I've just had to install like cracks to disable asking for licenses, because like I've paid for this, so why are you giving me so much grief? Why can't I get this working? I've had issues with that, with like some audio stuff. It's a nightmare. So I don't even know if this is the computer where I was using this to create clothes. I'm gonna have to check some of my old computer now to see if that has my actual project files for making clothes. So yeah, I don't know. It's something about licensing. Your licenses just won't activate on your computer. Then you have to try it on another computer, and then it says, oh, you already have this installed on a computer, you can't use it again. Adobe has done that to me a number of times, and I'm very unhappy with the Adobe way of doing business. I have a number of Adobe products now that I've paid for and can't use because it won't let me install it on new computers. It won't let me unregister. I go to their website to try and do it. It never works properly. Anyway, I'm ranting and raving. All right. Great to hang out, everyone. Thank you for hanging out. It's great to see you all again. Everyone, let's all T-pose in solidarity while I try to figure out where my files are. I just want my files, man. Can I just get my files? Anyway, take care, everyone. We'll see you around. Be well, and I'll keep working on here. I'll be making this really dumb low-cut V-neck shirt for the 80s brand Steelhide, and I'll be posting that on social media. We'll catch up with you in the Discord. I've been quiet on Discord as I've been very busy here with work, and then still finalizing setting up my office and studio, but I'll be back to regularly catching up on social media as well. So take care, everyone. It's great to see you. And yeah, we'll be streaming again regularly. We'll have more chances to hang out and whatnot. So if you came in pretty late and you missed it, that's all right. Oh, Bill Brandish in Ruby River. Yeah, Bill Brandish is the grandfather of Bull. Yeah. So, but Bull doesn't have a kid. Who knows? Bull does Bull even have time for girls? You know, he doesn't have time for that. Anyway, take care, everyone. You know, we'll see you around. Be well.